I had told her I was coming and I saw her. She didn't. And
Yeah, I'm gonna, I got it right as I was introducing.
I guess that's loud enough. Well, good morning. Good morning. And welcome to the 2010 St. Genevieve History Conference. That's white wine in there for the speakers. First off, I'd like to apologize a little bit for the confusion of locations. And I know some people didn't get the notice. I've also learned in this venture that you should, when people register, you should have their name, address, email, and phone number on the form, which we did. We did have the name. That was about it. So maybe next year we'll do a little bit better. But it was also good that we had enough people sign up that we needed to change the location to have more room. I was really pleased with the speakers who have decided to talk today, and also the attendees. We've had people here from Canada, from Montreal. We have people from Los Angeles. We have academia. We have interested historians. I'm just really pleased. So, this idea of having this conference happened one morning at what we commonly call the Old Brick Coffee Club. One of the things that's nice about living in a small town is you can go over to a coffee shop or a restaurant, you meet the people there, and you have conversations, and there's probably 3 or 4 coffee clutches around town. And we have an interesting one. We discuss world politics, local politics, everything else. And Gene Rissover one day said, you know, well, this was after Bernie Schramm died, and he said, or she said that, you know, we should do a history conference this year. And I said, that is a great idea. She gave us a very generous donation to get started. Gene, I'd like for you to stand up. You got to. Is Gene Rissover? Gene's the managing editor of the St. Genevieve Herald and really supports local efforts here. But this conference this year is being done in honor of Bernie Schramm. And Bernie lived here for a lot of years, he and Beyond down the Joan Ballet House. And he was a great voice for the St. Genevieve, and he always had visitors come into town and stay, drink a little wine. I remember when he went to Parkwood Meadows, he took his wine with him, he had it in his bathtub. That was his wine cellar. You couldn't visit Bernie without having a glass or two. So think about Bernie a little bit, and just the history of Bernie and Beyond, the house that they lived in. I'd like to thank Gene Rissover again, Jim Baker and the Felix Valley Group for helping get this put together. Starting to have the conference down there and then helping change it midstream. Ellie Douglas, Ellie, Ellie's back there. She made all the food last night, and they took care of the arrangements out here today. And Cassidy met out there, took care of reservations. Some of you met Bob and Bert Kiss last night. They were serving wine and things. And my wife Linda. There. Thanks for putting up with everything for the last time. And I'd like to thank Les Amis, who made this their September event, and I noticed there's quite a few Les Amis members here, so we appreciate you coming down. And I'd also like to thank Treasured Memories, who loaned us the chairs for last night. I got to make a little bit of a sales pitch. If you're not a member of the Foundation for Restoration of St. Genevieve, we ask you or encourage you to do so. Some of the things that we do in the foundation, we've been working on restoration of the Memorial Cemetery, Missouri's oldest. We do a lot of education with children at our Jacques Deboord house. In fact, we've got a couple of tours in October. We've got 175 kids coming through in one day, and that's quite hectic. One of the things we do is provide resources for historical research. Through the Mecker Library, we have a small research library that we're continuing to grow with books, documents, and things of that sort on the area. One of the things we do is we encourage scholarly research because through the giving of a educational research award every year. It's a $1,000 stipend. Actually, you're going to hear from the first 2 winners of that award. It was something our board put together a couple of years ago because we want to encourage more research and more publication on St. Genevieve. And by the way, that's we're now accepting applications for this year. It can be a master's thesis, a doctoral dissertation, a master's level special project, or a book. And I've got a couple of application forms here for that, or you can go online. One of the things we started this year was a Speakers Bureau. Missouri History, or the Missouri Humanities Council used to have one, and then the State Historical Society of Missouri took it over, and it was so popular that they ran out of money to fund it. We decided to have a local Speakers Bureau, and we provide it free within 30 miles, and other than that, it's more or less travel expenses. But we have over, I think, 25 subjects, presentations, anything from architecture, culture, Civil War, whatever, all related to St. Genevieve. And you can go to our website and see that. One of the things that we like to do is promote our historical and cultural heritage here. We think it's very marvelous. It's a unique place, and the foundation really gets involved to keep that going. We do maintain two historic homes, the 1806 John Cabor House and the 1813 Kyle Schwimp. That takes lots of money. Anybody that owns an old house knows that it's difficult. And the other thing we do is we promote tourism. We were just about every event that happens throughout the year, because we think that's the kind of thing that's going to help keep our historic homes viable. It's going to keep the interest in St. Genevieve. So we do encourage you to join the foundation. I did mention the Education Research Award. You can also go to our website. The foundation's website is historicstgen.org, and there's calendars on there. There's things on the various houses, special events, things of that sort. One of the things that was started a number of years ago was this National Park Study. Should the National Park Service put a National Park unit here in St. Genevieve to celebrate the French colonial history? There was a law passed about 3.5 years ago, that the National Park Service was supposed to do that study. They have now started doing that study. They're doing the significance part. They did have the first public meeting on that in August, and they were soliciting comments. Here's some forms. If you haven't submitted comments on the viability of the National Park Service thing here, please pick up one of these, fill it out. There's a little questionnaire in there. It doesn't cost you a stamp or anything, but we would like to have a lot of support for that study. So I'll leave these here on the desk, or on the table, and if you haven't done it, please do so. Today's schedule, we're going to have 2 presentations, and then we'll take a short break, followed by 2 more, then lunch, and after lunch we'll have 2 more presentations, followed by a short break, and then we're going to do a panel discussion on what eras of St. Genevieve history need to be more further explored, and the second question is, how can St. Genevieve promote more research and publications on the history of St. Genevieve. As the speakers go through, I would ask, we'll also do a question and answer period at that time. I'd ask, if the speaker finishes early on their time slots, you can ask them questions, but I think for courtesy, we would like to stay on schedule and not go too long. So if there's time when a speaker's up here to ask questions, we'll allow it, but cut it off at the time when the next speaker needs to come up. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker. First, I'm going to have to get out of here. Oh, I forgot to mention 2 other things. Coming up on October the 3rd, there is a day of celebration. Okay, this is a German trying to say French, so bear with me. De l'Automne, and it's over at Washington Old Mines Area Historical Society, and they're having dinner and all kinds of neat things over there. So these brochures will also be on the table, and so pick one up and enjoy that day over in Old Mines. The other thing we have is there's a flyer here on a new book coming out by Dr. Eckberg, a French aristocrat in the American West. It's supposed to be about Delisle, but I think it's about Dr. Eckberg. No, you're not French, you're Swedish, aren't you? But this is a nice flyer on that. This book will be coming out soon, and it's another a great book on St. Genevieve, a person in St. Genevieve. So these will be on the table also.
What about the Benton exhibit?
Well, I'm going to talk about that this afternoon. I've got an upcoming events slide.
Okay.
We got to sell everything we're doing here at St. Genevieve. Our first speaker today is Megan Buchanan. Megan has a BA in anthropology from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, a master's in arts and anthropology from Southern Illinois University at Carbondale, and is currently pursuing her PhD in anthropology at Indiana University. Megan's been a field director at the Indiana University Field School and an assistant zoarchaeologist. Close, huh? Yeah, I had to ask her what that was. For the Center for Archaeology Investigations, Southern Illinois University at Carbondale, and doing work at the Broad Reach site in North Carolina and the Kincaid Mounds and Cypress Citadel sites in Illinois. In addition, she has been an archaeology laboratory supervisor at SIU Carbondale and a field supervisor at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign schools at Cahokia Mounds, Lloyd Piper, Washausen, and John Chapman sites. Megan also worked on the Cerros de Trincheras mapping project in Sonora, Mexico, and she has co-authored several papers on the Yankeetown site, as well as others on the Common Field site and the Kincaid Mounds. Megan was the recipient of the 2009 Foundation for Restoration of St. Genevieve's Educational Research Award, and she spent her summer here with us digging around the Indian mounds and doing some archaeology work for her dissertation, and that's what she's going to talk about today. So please welcome Megan Buchanan, who will present Violence and Warfare at the Common Field site. Megan.
First of all, thank you all for being here so early in the morning. I have to start with a bit of a disclaimer. My title has changed, my paper has changed several times since I originally submitted my original title. When I was going to talk mainly about violence and warfare, but I thought for such a beautiful Saturday morning, perhaps discussing people killing each other was not the best topic. So I'm still going to address violence and warfare, but instead I'm going to give more sort of a broader history of the region from about 1000 to 1300, focusing on the Common Field site down in Le Grand Champ and some sites near the Saline Creek. There we go. I'm going to begin with a short history of archaeological investigations in the region, especially Common Field, and like I said, in the Saline locality. Then I'm going to explain what exactly Mississippian is. Common Field is a Mississippian site, so to get some information on what exactly is Mississippian if necessary. Then I'm going to contextualize it within a broader regional history, and then give some information on my recent work that I did this summer, and some future research that I have planned at the site. So the first archaeological work that was done in the region dates to about 1914, when David Bushnell, who was working for the American Bureau of Ethnology and the Smithsonian Institute, came to the region. He'd heard about the sites from other people, and so he came down, looked at some early documents from the region that suggested that there were Peoria, Kaskaskias, and Illinois people living in the region, and especially down in Le Grand Champ, and that there were Shawnee and Delaware living further south of St. Mary's. He conducted small-scale excavations along the Saline Creek and found evidence of lots of burning, probably salt processing, and this was stuff that was being continued into the historic period. So there were French folks down at the site as well, also processing for salt from the creek. He thought all of these sites belonged to the Illinois and the Kaskaskia, and he had good reason for doing so. Up in Kimmswick, where there's other saline areas, the Shawnee were up there processing salt as well, and so he saw Shawnee processing up north, Shawnee processing down here, and thought these folks must have been the ones who built the mounds in the region, were doing all of the salt processing. He visited down at the Saline Creek and recorded rock art along the area. This was originally mentioned by Squire and Davis fame, who are best known for traipsing around the Midwest and digging into mounds to find skulls to send back to the Smithsonian. But they recorded a number of sites as well. So Bushnell had heard about this rock art and decided to visit the site and recorded it. He suspected that these were also fairly recent. He thought that maybe the Illinois or the Kaskaskia had made these symbols, had etched them into the rock. If you take note, I'm going to come back to some of these images later. The bird figures, the cross and circle is something that we'll see pop up again later. These are actually much older symbols, typically not made by Native Americans who were living in the region at the historic period. He mentions the Big Field site down in Le Grand Champ. Didn't conduct any kind of excavations there, didn't pick up any materials, just kind of mentions it passing, and suggests that the biggest mound there is 15 feet tall, but he never really took any measurements. In the 1940s, we get large region-wide surveys throughout St. Genevieve and Jefferson counties. There's sites scattered all around here. Again, the Big Field mound is mentioned. They do go to the site, they pick up some artifacts off the surface, they take real measurements of the big mound, and it's actually 30 feet in the 1940s when they go there to visit. They mentioned that there are 8 mounds there. This is confirmed by Bushnell. He also says there's 8 mounds at the time. They go back to the Saline Creek again, pick up some more artifacts, but this is the first time that we get the recognition that these sites are actually much older than Bushnell had thought. And Adams suggests that they belong to the Mississippi pattern, which we later call the Mississippian period. And he again emphasizes these connections between St. Genevieve and the Kimmswick region, especially in the salt production that's going on. Keslin revisits the saline. You start to see a pattern. People really like the Saline Creek area. Salt seems to fascinate people for some reason. But he's interested in understanding why it was that salt became such an important commodity. He conducted small-scale excavations and later published his work in the Missouri Archaeologist. This is one of my favorite pictures in all of archaeology. This is the Saline Creek here, and these objects that you see scattered along the ground are not rocks. They are large pieces of pottery that have eroded out of the bank. They're salt pans, large pans about this big that have broken up into pieces that people would have put the salty water in and then waited for water to either evaporate, or they would have heated it up to speed up evaporation, and then salt would have been scooped out of the bottom. So this is, there's a couple of rocks in there, he reports, but it's mainly big pieces of pottery. So I think that's a fascinating picture. In 1979, this is when we get most of the information that we know about the Commonweald site, the Big Field site. In 79, there was a major Mississippi River flood. I say 79, 80. Some people told me 80, some people told me 79. It may have overlapped that time. But the levee breaks north of Le Grand Champ, and tons of water were channeled through a very small area, increasing the speed. It was pushed over the site, scouring the agricultural plows on from the site. The Army Corps of Engineers sent a plane down there to take aerial photographs at the time to document the damage, and according to Terry Norris, who works for the Corps of Engineers, he convinced the pilot to fly over the site. The results were surprising. To give you a bit of orientation, this running down along here is Cottonwoods Road. Route 61 is kind of off to the left there. The railroad track is running right along here. Big mound is right here. What happened was the water came from the north, heading south, hit a little mound here, hit this big mound, it was diverted around. All of these little black spots that you see all along here are burned structures. Nobody knew that the site had been burned down. There'd been artifacts on the surface, but nobody had suspected anything quite this intense. Here's another image. It's a little bit clearer. This is an infrared image from the site as well. Again, you can see those burned structures. This is the same image with an overlay where each of the ones that we're sure are burned structures are in black. The mounds are placed on there. One thing to note is there are only 6 mounds located on here. So somewhere along time, we've gone from 8 mounds to 6. What's really interesting, though, is not just that there's burned houses. There's burned houses that dot the Midwest, especially in the Illinois River Valley, down in the Missouri Boot Heel. What was really fascinating about this site is that there were nearly complete vessels coming out of the houses, which indicates that people didn't abandon the site and then burn it down. The site was burned down while people were living there, and they didn't have a chance to empty their homes or take anything with them. And in some cases, there's been reports of human remains coming out of some of the houses. So it looks like people were taken by surprise in some sort of attack. It's one of the few cases of unambiguous evidence of warfare in the prehistoric Midwest. But the University of Missouri came out, collected materials off the surface after it had been disked twice. So this was a pristine surface that was then disked twice to pull up some of the pottery and other artifacts. And 2 master's theses were completed on them. They were really interested in looking at whether or not they were finding more ceramic sherds on top of these dark stains to confirm that they were in fact houses. Based on those ceramics, they dated the site to about 80, 1200, 1400. There's some similarities with pottery at Cahokia. I recently begun reanalyzing these materials from the University of Missouri and confirmed that they are very sort of Cahokian, and I'll get into why they look very Cahokian later on. But rather than focusing on the spatial distribution, I've been much more interested in looking at regional interactions. Were people at Common Field trading with Cahokia? Were they trading with folks down in Boot Heel? This is very Cahokian, these etched chevrons with lines in between them. That's a plate found in, it's very similar to what you find in Cahokia. Whereas this one here is another plate rim with this negative red on red painting is from the Sykeston area, so it's very much a Missouri Boot Heel sort of pottery. What I think is really interesting, this thing right here is one of the ugliest pieces of pottery you will ever see. But these little grooves in here are actually finger impressions. So whoever had made this pot had reached their hand in there to pull clay out and left behind their finger impressions. And it's just kind of one of those moments where you always feel very distant as somebody analyzing things in a lab. You know, you're the scientist staring at artifacts, but this was one of those moments where I kind of felt a connection with the people who had made the pottery. Some other stuff I've been doing with this is emphasizing the fact that this site has more plates than anywhere else, which at first glance doesn't seem that weird. But in most Mississippian sites, you see about 70% jars because people are storing their food in their homes. Instead, you see about 60% plates here and 20% jars. So these folks are making lots of serving vessels. Why they're doing that is a little up in the air. I've suggested that because of the increased violence in the region, that maybe people are feasting together or eating together as a means to kind of reaffirm their own community identity in the face of bad things going on around them. So Common Field and the sites in the Saline locality are Mississippian sites. So it's important to give you a little bit of context as to what Mississippian means. This is a name that archaeologists have given to peoples living throughout the Southeast and the Midwest from about AD 900 to the 1500s. So when DeSoto comes into the Southeast and makes contact with Native Americans there, he's talking to Mississippian peoples. They're still building mounds. They're still very much living a Mississippian lifestyle. Now these people throughout the Southeast and Midwest would not have seen themselves as a unified culture. There were lots of different cultures. We don't know what most of them would have called themselves. But they did have some traits that all of them shared. The first of which is mound building. Earlier folks had also built mounds. We see early mounds in places like Iowa, Wisconsin, effigy mounds. These are little bear-shaped mounds marching along a bluff edge. Down in Poverty Point, Louisiana, concentric rings of mounds with a little bird-shaped mound at the top. And then other mounds were used for things like burials. The main difference is during the Mississippian period, we get these flat-top mounds. And so this is Monk's Mound at Cahokia. And you see these large, flat platforms on there. And these were most likely the location of chiefs' houses, or religious buildings, or platforms for performances. Shell-tempered pottery is found throughout the region. For whatever reason, when Mississippian starts, people start using shell as the medium that they add to their clay for pottery. Wall trench architecture, which should look maybe a little familiar to some folks who are interested in French colonial architecture. It's actually a fairly similar construction technique. A trench is dug in the ground, and then walls are put in place with upright posts, and then roofs are built on top. And this is a big departure from the earlier style, which you see these individual post holes here. People would have dug individual holes, set the posts in there, and then wove sticks in between and covered the outside with clay. The new wall trench style allowed for rapid construction of houses. You dig a trench, you put a wall in. Whereas the earlier version, you had to dig those individual ones. But what's really kind of interesting about that is you can actually see small ones where children were digging posts. So children were helping their parents or grandparents or other relatives construct their houses. So we see a change in who's building houses and how they're building houses. Maize agriculture is, there had been maize beforehand, but this is the first time we see intensive maize agriculture with people building corn plots and eating corn fairly exclusively. You start to see people getting really bad cavities in their teeth because they're eating so much corn. But we also see that they're continuing to use some local cultigens like goosefoot and sunflower, and goosefoot is closely related to quinoa, which is now making a comeback at many Whole Foods stores and things like that. Complex socio-political organizations, we start to see complex hierarchies, somebody in charge or a group of people in charge, people who are crafting, other people who are religious specialists. And then we also see that reflected in settlement hierarchies, where there's often sort of a main town, little subsidiary mound towns, and then things like farmsteads circling those. And then we have the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex, which is a suite of widespread symbols that often have local interpretations. So different groups are getting the symbols and they're putting their own little local spin on them. Many of these related to mythical figures. So we have men turning into birds or birds turning into men, long-nosed gods, chunky players. This is a game, he's holding a gaming piece that he's about to roll across the surface. But there's stories of chunky players descending into the underworld to fight giants, feathered serpents. Some of these we see down in Mesoamerica too, which has had some, caused some people to question the connections between Mesoamerica and the Mississippian world. And we find these locally too. These are all from St. Mary's. They're currently housed at, I think, the Peabody Museum at Harvard. These were found in the early 1800s in a series of graves just south of St. Mary's. And so we see the chunky player here. Earlier I'd mentioned that cross and circle motif, and we see it in 4 of the gorges here. So we have cross and circle here, another circle with a cross in the middle, and these spiders all have cross and circles on their abdomens. So we see that this region is very much tied into these larger trends of what Mississippian is. So these sites were clearly Mississippian. They had shell pottery. We have these Southeastern Ceremonial Complex symbols. They're building platform mounds. And what I know from looking at the ceramics is that there's an indication of strong connections with Cahokia, but also some trade going on with places like the Missouri Boot Heel. So what I'd like to do now is give a little bit more context for what's actually happening in this region during the Mississippian period. Why do people come to St. Genevieve and Saline region during this time when there wasn't really a strong presence beforehand? So at Cahokia, around AD 1050, we get what's been referred to as the Big Bang. Prior to this, there'd been a small village at Cahokia, and at AD 1050, the entire village was demolished, and a new village was built on top of it. Mound construction began, and Cahokia came to be the largest Mississippian site in the entire southeast. It's actually the largest site north of Mexico. At its peak, there was an estimated population of 15,000 people just right in this area. I've included this map to show that folks weren't just living down in the floodplain at Cahokia, they were living in the uplands as well. So when you add the upland folks into this as well, we're talking probably 30+ thousand people living just in this region alone at about AD 1050, so all in here. We see the establishment of trade. Salt appears to be coming up from this region, as well as basalt from the St. Francis Mountains, hematite, galena, and other materials. And we see the establishment of colonies in the Illinois River Valley and in Wisconsin. And some of these look like they're actually religious specialists going up to convert people in other areas to a Mississippian lifestyle. Things start to go downhill pretty rapidly. At about AD 1150, population goes down to probably 5,000 to 6,000 people at Cahokia itself. That upland region is completely abandoned. A fortification wall is constructed around the central precinct of Cahokia. We don't really know why. There weren't any sites big enough to really threaten Cahokia, so why they felt the need to invest in such a massive construction is up for debate at this point. Around this time we see this increase in sun symbolism, and that's what was on that shirt that I showed you earlier with those, the chevrons with the lines underneath it. They're sun symbols. And we start to see the spread of violence throughout the region. So in the Illinois River Valley, Oneota folks who had previously been living further north start to come down the Illinois River Valley, and the contacts between Oneota folks and Mississippian folks were not pleasant. There are burned villages. There are cemeteries where there's evidence of scalping, body parts being removed for trophies, other evidence of violent trauma. In East St. Louis, where there's another mound site, and there's currently excavations being conducted by the Illinois Transportation Archaeological Research Program, a series of elite compounds were burned down. These were also areas that had walls constructed around them, and they were burned down probably by dissatisfied folks who didn't like that walls were put up around their central food stores, and so they burnt them down in rebellion. So these burned structures are full of corn. So they burnt down their own food source. It's in this context of burning and violence that the Common Field site is established just outside of St. Genevieve along Route 61. There's some question on, was it a colony? It seems unlikely that if things were going downhill at Cahokia that they suddenly decide to send out another colony. My hypothesis has been that these are people who were dissatisfied with what was happening in the Cahokia region and left there to set up their own community. And they chose to do this near the saline locality because that gives them leverage. If you control the salt, if you control the basalt coming out of the mountains, then you have power. You've taken something away from Cahokia. The site is abandoned at some point in time, don't know exactly when. It looks like a relatively short occupation. When the site is burned down, it looks like they're attacked from somebody outside. And then the entire region is abandoned sometime around AD 1400. So everything from north of Cahokia up here, down through the Missouri Boot Heel, and up through parts of the lower Ohio River Valley are abandoned by Mississippian peoples. They stop building towns. They leave the towns they built. And there's no real good explanation as to why. So when there's reports of Native American groups living here during the historic period, these are folks who came in later. They came in from the north. So this summer, I undertook excavations at the Common Field site down in Le Grand Champ in order to try to understand some of these questions, to try to clear up some ambiguity of why people moved here in the first place. Why would they leave Cahokia, if they even left Cahokia? So why was the site founded? When and why did they build a palisade around their site? Who did they feel threatened by? Did they feel threatened by when they first got here? Or did they feel threatened later on? And finally, who attacked them at the end? Who did they provoke a fight? Did somebody else provoke a fight with them? So I received, as Bob had mentioned earlier, I received the education grant from the foundation, and I received some money from Indiana University Department of Anthropology, which has a small grant for graduate students doing pre-dissertation field work. So part of what I wanted to find out this summer was even if there's even anything that exists beneath the surface. Like I mentioned earlier, the plow zone had been scoured off, features were exposed, and then plowing began again. So did anything even still exist beneath the surface? So with my merry band of volunteers, Eli was with me all summer as my unpaid slave labor in the field. And then a couple of friends came down from East St. Louis to help out at various points in time. We tried to start work in the middle of June. It didn't work out very well. I don't know if you noticed, it was a little wet at the beginning of the summer. And this area where we had planned on working in flooded on the first day we were out at the site. So we had to postpone things a little bit. It was also a little hot this summer, which made digging unpleasant ground from the hours of about 8 a.m. till 3 p.m., which is, of course, when we work. So my plan for this summer was pretty simple. I wanted to do a soil probe survey. I thought if I took little cores of soil, when I hit a burned house, I would know it, because I would get a core full of burned stuff. This was quickly proved to be problematic when I learned that there is a dense layer of clay overlaying everything on the site, and the soil probe will not penetrate it. So we turned to a surface collection instead, because we thought if we can find the areas where there's the most artifacts, then we'll have a good idea of where to dig. So we did that, and really it just ended up confirming those aerial photographs that showed where burned structures were, that the areas where we found most of the artifacts confirmed were in the exact same location. Then we also did a magnetometry survey, which I'll explain what that is in a moment here. We conducted small-scale excavations on some of these areas, and then I made a site map, which I'm still in the process of going through the data using the total station right here. Okay, magnetometry. This is one of the new toys that archaeologists like to play with. It makes us seem very sciencey, and we like to seem sciencey because then science foundations give us money. Magnetometry is simply, I strap this machine on, and I walk over a surface at predetermined intervals, and it measures minute variations in the Earth's magnetic field. So you calibrate the machine in an area so it knows what the Earth's magnetic field should be like normally. And then you walk over a surface, and cultural materials should be slightly different than the Earth's normal magnetic field. So it's highly sensitive. It's picking up very small differences in magnetic strength. So if there's iron on a site, it tends to set off the machine. You'll see these black and white images right next to each other. But archaeological features will be a bit more subtle. So I started in May, and then came back and did some more in July. So the work that I did in May was over here. I was curious as to whether or not, you can't see any burned structures out here, but I was curious as to whether or not there were earlier structures outside of this is the presumed location of the fortification wall. And then this summer we came and did this area because this was where we were planning on digging. The first one was pretty inconclusive. I had some problems with the machine. I learned later on that the soils around here are just noisy. So I had to go find a ditch at the end of Cottonwoods Road, and I finally found a quiet area, but it was about 3/4 of a mile walk from the site. So that machine weighs about 50 pounds. It was 100 degrees with a heat index of 110 to 115, and I had to walk back and forth between that area throughout the day. So this first survey, I didn't know that. But there's some interesting little things that pop up, and there's some little faint gray thing. If you squint and use your imagination, you might be there. There's definitely a long line of something happening right here. I looked back at the aerial photographs. I think it's a ditch, just a natural ditch, a little low point in the landscape. But our second survey was much more successful. This was one of our excavation units, so there's no data here. You see there's a little black thing that turns a corner. That's most likely a wall from a structure, a burned house. There's some other little black areas with a black dot in the middle. That might be a hearth from a house. These are things that, of course, I'm going to have to go back and test. It looks like a house. It might not be a house. There's also some faint lines running across here. Again, if you squint your eyes and maybe have a glass of wine and then look at it, it looks like there might be a line of grayish black happening right here. So either one of those could possibly be the palisade. This one matches the aerial photograph really well. So I don't know if it's me looking at the aerial photograph and projecting onto this image, or if it really exists, but again, that's something to go back and test. And when we were excavating this summer, we did hit something in the southern end of this unit, and this image could be placed wrong. I haven't had a chance to do it accurately yet, but we might have clipped the bottom of it. Our excavations were chosen in consultation with the Roth family, who owns the property. I didn't want to go traipsing through their bean field all summer, and they didn't want me destroying their bean field all summer. So we picked a location kind of close to the road, but not close enough that people would see a big open pit and think, I'm going to come walk around in there. And we also did this based off of that survey collection. I would have loved to have chosen the locations based on that magnetometry, because I would have gone for that burned structure up in the northwestern corner. But unfortunately, I didn't get that equipment until halfway through July, which, like I said, if you can imagine 100 degrees, carrying that around, the beans were up to about my waist. It wasn't pleasant. But it'll be good for next summer. I have somewhere to start with. And we opened up two small excavation blocks. Unit 1 was where we first discovered that layer of clay, which took us several days to get through, and pushing that through screens resulted in us both having claw hands for about a week afterwards. So we proceeded slowly in 10-centimeter levels, because we weren't really sure when we were going to hit archaeological deposits. And you probably cannot see it in here, but I swear that there is a wall trench running through there. The feature was very faint. I went through and excavated part of it later, and there are artifacts in it, so it really does exist. You just have to take my word. Unit 2 was placed on part of a crest or a ridge running roughly north-south, and there was also, in that aerial photograph, it shows burned structures running all along there. And there were lots of materials on the surface. The deposits on top of the archaeological features were shallower. It probably has to do with erosion, that the soil has eroded off of there faster. But we have evidence of extensive plow scarring, and this is mainly older plow scarring. There's plow scars running through here. If anybody wants to see what plow scars look like archaeologically, I can show you later on. But we did find features underneath all of this, including another wall trench from a structure, several pits, several posts, including one post that was burned, the outline of which is right here, that was full of burned pottery and animal bones and charred wood materials that I've collected to send off to be radiocarbon dated, hopefully at a later point in time, although I'm pretty confident that the date of the site, 1200. So our overall results from the summer was that the features are still intact beneath the surface. There's a lot of plowing that has destroyed probably the upper 10 to 15 to 20 centimeters of those features. It's just plowed them out, and they're now kind of all mixed together and spread across the surface. And that extensive, that plow scarring actually cuts right through features. You can see it cutting through pits. But the magnetometry has pointed out the locations of some possible structures, and maybe the palisade, which are definitely things to go back and test later on, so that we can learn more about what people were doing in their houses right before it was burned down, and also try to get a date on that palisade. So future research at the site, I'm currently applying for a number of grants to try to come back next summer to do research, hopefully with a crew, so it's not just me and one other person. You get to know a bit too much about each other, digging in a tiny hole for 6 months. But again, my focus is on trying to understand this deterioration of relationships throughout the region around AD 1200. I'd love to do excavations on the palisade to get a good idea of when that dates to, if it's at the beginning of the site's occupation or if it's something that happens later on. My hope is to excavate complete houses, both burned and unburned, to see if we can find anything about changing relationships through time. And from multiple locations across the site, so not just in that area I've been working in, but hopefully in some other parts of the land as well. Almost nothing is known about the mounds as of right now, whether they were built really quickly or if they were built slowly. If we are missing the site, the big mound is now 15 feet tall, about 15 feet. If you remember earlier, I said that Adams had measured it as 30 feet. So 15 feet of the mound has been bulldozed from the top. So we've lost that upper part. But we can potentially still go and probe the mounds, get soil cores to see how the mound was constructed over time, or there are non-invasive techniques too, where you basically send electronic pulses down in the ground and it bounces back up, letting you know how deep different layers are. So that's potentially something that could be done later on. But most importantly is working the Common Field site, the Saline Creek sites, and sites from St. Mary's, and as well as the Illinois sites. I haven't mentioned the Illinois sites at all because the Illinois site files are kind of in disarray. But there are more sites just right across the river that we don't understand what the interactions between St. Genevieve and places like the mounds over in Ware or Tower Rock in those areas, what the interactions between all of those are. So that's, again, more sort of work that can be done in the future to get a more comprehensive regional chronology. So I wanted to end with a quote from Carl Chapman, who's kind of the father of Missouri archaeology. And in his Archaeology of Missouri, he suggests that one of the most important problems in the archaeology of the Mississippi Valley, and one of the first priorities, is the preservation of the St. Genevieve ceremonial town site and the eventual careful study of its internal settlement pattern and its relationships to satellite villages, farmsteads, and collecting stations. A full study of the St. Genevieve Center, while it is still possible, could in all probability solve the problem of the relationship between the ceremonial town and the villages north and south of St. Genevieve on the west bank of the Mississippi River during the Mississippi period. So Carl Chapman in 1981 recognized the site's importance for not only understanding small-scale local history, but in understanding the larger history that's going on throughout the region with relationships to Cahokia, to places down in the Boot Heel, and later to the abandonment of the entire region. So thank you again to the Foundation for funding this summer and for all of Bob's help this summer, and my poor field crew who worked for nothing but food and beer. So thank you.
Thanks, Megan. I found out something about archaeologists this summer. Megan mentioned that she was out there in the heat and in the beams and dust and gray and everything. Well, Eli Conwest, who was with her, was doing some really tough duty. She had gotten married in May and spent the summer digging in the dirt of St. Genevieve without her husband here. So, I'd like to now introduce John Carroll, who's a member of the Foundation's Board of Directors. We'll introduce our next speaker. John.
Bob asked me to introduce the speaker. There are others better qualified to do that in this room, but it is a high honor to welcome to this presentation our sort of lead scholar in the field of St. Genevieve historical studies. Dr. Carl Eckberg is no stranger to most of the people in this room. His education has been at the University of Minnesota, and his PhD is from Rutgers. He's probably best known here for his landmark book, Colonial St. Genevieve. But he's also published a number of other books about this area: Stealing Indian Women, Francois Vallée and His World, Louis Boulouf, and others. He's received numerous awards. He's published many other articles and studies, and he's currently working, as Bob mentioned earlier, on a new book, A French Aristocrat in the American West. He's going to speak to us this morning about Old Town and New Town, one community or two. It's a great pleasure and a high privilege to welcome to this podium Dr. Carl Eckberg.
Thank you, John, for that full introduction. I certainly want to thank Bob Mueller for inviting me to come back to St. Genevieve. It's always a treat to come back to St. Genevieve and see what's happening and what isn't happening. The conference is dedicated to Bertie Schramm, right? And during the heydays of the 1980s, Bernie was pretty much running the foundation, and he established these kinds of conferences as fundamental to our interest in St. Genevieve. The famous Italian political philosopher Nicola Machiavelli mentioned in his book, The Prince, that leaders may want to be loved and leaders may want to be respected, but it's always better to be respected than to be loved. Better to be respected than loved. And Bernie was fully aware, of course, having read The Prince, Bernie was aware that he wanted to be respected rather than loved, and he was not very well loved by many folks, actually. Respected, I think, by everyone, but not always loved. And one of the reasons was that he had this spontaneous slashing wit. I recall back in 1994, a bunch of us were gathered at his house drinking the last of his 1973 Bordeaux's, which he claimed to have bought on the vine before they'd actually been bottled. Pretty good wine. We were just recovering from the flood of '93, and I said, Bernie, you know, with all these old houses for sale, wouldn't it be a great entrepreneurial idea to open up an antique whorehouse in town? and Bernie, you know, just, you know, less than a heartbeat said, Carl, that's a great idea, because the town is just full of antique whores. I said, Bernie, you said that, I didn't. You know, people winced when Bernie, but he absolutely could not help himself. So that was Bernie Schramm. Always respected, but not necessarily always loved. Loved by me, but not necessarily loved by me. Here, some of you, many of you, maybe all of you are familiar with this map. It's the first good map of this region, done in the early 1750s, done by a cartographer who worked in Paris, never left Paris as far as I know, but he was getting some good information from this region, from the Illinois country. It's the first map to include SteGenTV, which he does here. Says SteGenTV, village français établi depuis 3 ans. This map is 1755, and so he's saying here is a French village established three years earlier, 1752. And my suspicion is that the reason he used that, I think, by the way, he was probably off by a couple of years. I'd be willing to go back to, say, 1750, maybe even 1749. Everyone in this room knows that the 1735 date is ridiculous, doesn't hold up. It should be taken off the signs. It's an embarrassment. I won't go any further on that point. In any case, my suspicion is that his reference here is to the famous 1752 census, which did include all the villages of the Illinois country, including SteGenTV. And probably that census, the information from that census had probably made its way back to Paris. The lines of communication between the Illinois country and Paris were actually very clear and open and consistent. And so it wouldn't surprise me if this cartographer, who was Jacques-Nicolas Belin, also did maps of Canada, I think, probably, Belin. The best of the French cartographers working on the Mississippi River Valley in mid-18th century. He also has La Saline located here, Kaskaskia, etc. This is a terrific map, especially given the fact that the guy never set foot in the area. So these French cartographers were, maybe we say they were the best in the world in the mid-18th century. I don't know about the Orient. They were the best in Europe in the mid-18th century. Can we go on about this? Appreciate you.
Well, I got to tell you, is this your first PowerPoint presentation ever?
Yeah, Jim Baker just taught me how to use PowerPoint.
This is history today, folks.
Yeah, you know, I used to fumble with overhead transparencies all the time, and they'd fall on the floor, and it was a mess. And I thought, I'm retired, I'm not going to do any more of this stuff. I'm not going to learn PowerPoint. Baker said, Carl, you got to do it. You got to do it. And so this PowerPoint presentation is thanks to Jim Baker. What do we do? What's next, Bob?
I think that's the next slide.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, this is just the blow-up. It shows Saint-Geneviève, Village Français, etc., more clearly than the other one. So here is this, once again, these are not exotic maps. This is a fairly well-known map. I think it's in fact reproduced in my St. Genevieve book. It's an anonymous map, and no one's been able to figure out who did it. And from internal evidence, all we can say is that it was probably about 1765. It does show St. Louis up here, le Grand Village de Saint-Louis, suggesting that St. Louis was not a very old place at that time, but had been recently founded. There's no date. There is no name of the cartographer. The original is in the Archives de la Marine at the Chateau de Vincennes outside of Paris. So it seems to have been done as the French were losing, maybe just before, in fact. I'm trying to think, when did the Redcoats arrive here? October 1765. Perhaps this map was done just before the British troops arrived in the fall of 1765. And of course, this shows St. Genevieve and the Saline. In fact, it shows the Saline is about the same size as St. Genevieve in 1765. The Saline, obviously, a tremendously important place for all these communities in this area. Here is a much less well-known map, and I've been working on this map for 30 years trying to figure out who did it, and I think I have that problem solved. This map dates from probably February 1793, and it's the first map of the St. Genevieve area done by someone who had walked over the ground. And it shows the old town of St. Genevieve here, kind of a string town configuration along the west bank of the Mississippi River. It shows Le Grand Champ with the various concessions, the agricultural lands, the plow lands. It shows the emerging New St. Genevieve, Petite Côte, up there with a road to it, and it shows what is called Mont Généreux, the generous mountain, which was to become New Bourbon within a couple of months after this map was made. And so I've been looking at this map for 30 years, wondering who did it, who did it, who did it. It is mentioned in a letter that de la Souce de Louzière wrote to the governor of Louisiana in May of 1793. And he says this: "The little map herewith attached will permit you to gain an overview of this locality and district, as well as the locations of the old town of St. Genevieve, the new town, and New Bourbon." So he's giving the governor, Carondelet, a map along with this letter. Obviously this map. But the map he calls New St. Genevieve Petite Côte. In his letter from May, he calls it the new town of St. Genevieve. And so in his mind, sometime between the making of this map and his trip to New Orleans a little later in the spring, the names have changed. And we have the emergence then of New St. Genevieve. So New St. Genevieve emerges with that name April, May 1793. So who did it? Take a look at the P's in this letter. See the P's in this letter? Now, would you please go back to the map that you put out for me? And notice the P's in the Mississippi. Look carefully at the script. Go back to the other one. This letter was written to Carondelet, November 1794. It was written by Barthélemy Tardiveau, who was a business associate and friend of de la Souce de Louzière. And they were doing reconnaissance together in the St. Genevieve area in February and March 1793. He's from Nantes, by the way. Yes, from Nantes. In this letter, he is describing his second stage syphilis to the governor of Louisiana. He is saying that the reason he hasn't been in touch, he's in New Orleans, you see, trying to do business with the governor, but he's struck down with this syphilis. He doesn't use the word, but he describes it. And he says that he has been given these pills for his syphilis that are loaded with mercury, which was the standard treatment for syphilis. They used both mercury pills, and they used it topically on the boils and sores from second stage syphilis. And he says apparently that his physical pains are a consequence of having being punished for his debauched lifestyle. And I don't know exactly what his lifestyle was. In any case, you very seldom see this for connoisseurs of the French language. Here is the reflexive form of the verb se défier in the subjunctive imperfect tense. And this is not something you usually find in the French written in the Mississippi River Valley in the 18th century. The reflexive imperfect subjunctive, in which he is saying, I had no idea that, I didn't suspect at all that these pills were going to knock me down the way they had. He said the pills are worse than the cure is worse than the illness itself. He eventually died. He's an extremely interesting guy, and a brilliant, glittering, ironic prose style. It's a wonderfully interesting character. He eventually died in New Madrid in 1801. So we might flip back one more time to that time. So here then is what's emerging in the summer of 1793. You have the old town beginning to be abandoned. But it took a long time, The Great Flood was 1785. There wasn't any flight in the old town in 1785. It took a long time for this transition to go on. And in this same letter of May 1793, de la Souce de Louzière says that in fact it is therefore only right that the principal and the parish church is being transferred to the new town site along with the rectory, the commandery, and the records office. So just at this time, spring, early summer 1793, is when the commandant, the priest, the civil records are being transferred from this site to this site, and Petite Côte is emerging as Nouvelle Saint-Geneviève. And now, this is pinned down. We know about it. The map is done. Tarnivaux and de la Souce de Louzière were walking this ground together late in the winter, 1793. They then go down to New Orleans together and present this stuff to the governor, Carondelet, and get his permission to really establish these new communities on higher ground, Nouvelle Bourbon there, and the new St. Genevieve here. Does anyone have any, this is a little kind of complicated maybe, does anyone have any questions about this process at this point?
Not so much the process, but the way that these towns are presented with rectilinear squares. And since these people had actually walked the area, is that really the way it looked, or is it kind of a short?
Well, this is a highly abstracted thing. Now,
so that's not a valid way to look at what the town actually looked like at that time.
no. Jim, let me ask you this question. De la Souce de Louzière had left his family in Pittsburgh in the winter of 1792-93. Probably in January, he left Pittsburgh, came to St. Genevieve, and he moved in, maybe February 1793, he moved in with Francois Vallet. So was he moving to a house of Francois Vallet here or here? Where was Francois Vallet's house in February 1793? I don't know. What's the dendrodating on the J.B. Vallet house? Right about 17. That doesn't help us. Right about 17. And of course, I'm also assuming that J.B. and Francois, the brothers, moved from the old town to the new town at the same time. I don't know whether that's true. That's really an assumption. That's a reasonable assumption. Or to be sciencey, it's a hypothesis, as we learned from our earlier speaker. Go ahead. Go ahead. This is an extraordinarily important document. It's a Spanish census done of the folks who moved from the east side of the river to the west side of the river in 1787, 1788, and 1789. Okay, so we have, people are getting increasingly fed up with the American side of the Mississippi, principally in Kaskaskia, and many of those citizens, including some of the very important ones, are leaving the American side of the river and moving over to the Spanish side of the river. And so here, for example, we have Vital Beauvais. Here we have Nicolas Lachance. Here we have Hilliard Nicolas Janis. Here we have Jean-Baptiste Saint-Jean-Beauvais. And the upper part, this is St. Genevieve down here, and this is St. Louis up here. And what you can do here with a quick glance is the slaves are listed over here. So think of it this way, if you will. St. Louis up here, St. Genevieve down here, slaves over here. And there are hugely more slaves coming with those persons who moved to St. Genevieve as opposed to those who moved to St. Louis. And so of those Francophone people, and these are all Francophone people, all Roman Catholics, all Francophone, many of them French-Canadian background, as those people are fleeing American Illinois and coming to Spanish Illinois in the late 1780s, the wealthiest ones are coming to St. Genevieve because the slaves are a good index of wealth. Does this compute? Slaves, good index of wealth. You can just see without reading the numbers, many more slaves over here, many of them owned by the Beauvais and by Nicolas Janis. They're probably the three wealthiest families in Kaskaskia in 1786. Jean-Baptiste Beauvais, Vital Beauvais, and Nicolas Janis. Those three wealthy members from Kaskaskia moved to St. Genevieve between 1787 and 1789. But as far as I can tell, they do not move to the new town. They are fleeing Kaskaskia and they are moving into the old town. Because the houses that they build in the new town dendrodate from 1792-93. And this census terminates before the end of 1789. So they have to have been moving into the old town. That's the only conclusion. That's kind of a quick, QED, isn't it? They were moving into the old town. So once again, in the late 1780s, the old town was far from dead. It doesn't become clear it's dead until the spring of 1793, when they move the rectory, priest, commandant, all move up to the new town, which then is no longer Petite Côte, but it is Nouvelle Saint-Geneviève. Any questions, comments? Next slide. Let's run this trouble. Let me say this, there are some pretty good maps of this region, as we've seen from the 1750s out of Paris, and also the 1760s, some good English maps from the mid-1760s. Then there's a 30-year hiatus in good cartography from this region. 30 years. There aren't any good maps between the late 1760s and the late 1790s. Unless someone can think of one. I racked my brains about this out as I was making up this little presentation. It struck me for the first time. For 30 years, no good maps. And then all of a sudden, boom, 1797, a brilliant cartographer, Nicolas de Finiel, who had fled the Caribbean because of the slave revolt in Saint-Domingue, and went to Philadelphia. And when he was in, as many of these refugees from Saint-Domingue did, go to Philadelphia, went to Philadelphia, the Spanish ambassador to the United States, because Philadelphia was the capital of the United States, the Spanish ambassador in Philadelphia said, you know, you French guys are really great engineers. I want to hire you. I want you to go to St. Louis and serve as an engineer in the Spanish regime in St. Louis. And Finiel has no problem with that. I mean, he's loyal to the Bourbon family. He's, you know, he's utterly opposed to the French Revolution. The Bourbon king in France had been executed. There was still a Bourbon king in Spain. So Finiel says, sure, sign me up. So he comes out and makes this, everyone probably has some familiarity with his map. It is a great, 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 great map. Archaeologists like Terry Norris have told me you can take this map and you can literally walk up to structures shown on this map. Amazing, huh? So he shows Le Grand Saline here, the Rivière aux Vases there, and he shows the emerging new town of SteGenTV there. He shows now, see, this is 4 years later, huh? This is 1797. And here he calls it the former village of SteGenTV, abandonné. So he's saying by 1797, the old town has been abandoned, and it's being, the land there is being incorporated into the plowlands. You can see that the main north-south road from the Saline goes up on the bluffs. It goes past Delusiere's house up on the hills, then it crosses down in the ravine where the ball field is now. Goes up into Nouvelle Bourbon, and then it trails off down into New SteGenTV. You can see the courthouse square is emerging then very clearly in 1797. Finiel never lived in SteGenTV. He was in St. Louis while he was in the Illinois country. So this is that area, you know, on Google Map or something. Now let's see. Here is right. Here's the ball. No, here's Loida, the agricultural. Yeah, here's Loida, the agriculture. You know, where they have the agriculture stuff. And so that's where New Bourbon was, right smack there. Then the hill over, up on top of this hill is where Delusiere's house was. The road that leads up on the hill from what is now, this Highway 61, there's a road that comes up here. That road surely must have existed back in 1793 when de la Souce Delusiere built his house there.
Carl?
Yes, please.
Here, before you go back, the road which is going from Loida's to the river, is that the same road which is shown on the map that you just showed me before, done by someone's name? No,
The top people.
that one. You see, you have that road coming straight down from the river,
I see what you're saying.
Simon,
It doesn't seem to, I don't know. Good question, Ilya. No, it doesn't seem to, that doesn't seem to work. No, that doesn't seem to work. The present road that goes up to Loida, which I think is, you know, that's an ancient road too, but it seems to me that that would be about right here.
thank you.
Forgot what I was going to use this for. Go ahead. So here is the new town of SteGenTV, and in the 18th century there were only two streets that had names. There was Le Grand Rue and Rue à l'Église. And so here is the church up here. Here is Main Street here. And so this then would have been Rue à l'Église. the street that goes up to the church. By the way, the old town only had one street with a name, which was Main Street, La Grande Rue. Newtown has two names, huh? Church Street and Main Street. But you can see when the power elite moved, when the power elite in St. Genevieve moved from the old town to the new town, they are all moving into one neighborhood, which is basically what is now the intersection where the J.B. Valet house is. So here is the Valet. I don't know if this is something in the maps, you know, this is not a feature on the ground. So here were J.B. Valet's two pieces of property. He also owned across the street. Then you have the Bolduc property here. You have the Jean-Baptiste Pratt property here. You have Francois Valet property there. You have Francois Moreau here. So right in this area is where all the money in town is collected. And this intersection then, which is now, what is that, Market or Merchant? Market. Market and Main Street, I think this is the most important historic intersection in the entire Midwest. You know, there it is from the 18th century. And of course, the J.B. Valet property is a very, very important component of that. The Bolduc property is a very important component of that. But when you think of, if you try to count up, and you can do it with pretty good accuracy, you can count up the number of slaves owned by Bolduc, by Pratt, by Francois Valet, by J.B. Valet, by Moreau, and you consider the fact that most of the slaves lived in slave quarters on these residential lots. This was a very, very heavily African neighborhood, as well as being the neighborhood where all the money in town was concentrated. Very interesting, curious thing. Huh? Very black neighborhood, overwhelmingly black. I mean, I don't know what, at least 60% black. And yet it's the neighborhood where all the wealth in town is concentrated. Anyone have any questions about this? Here is J.B. Valet's signature. When he was 10 years old. Just learning how to write. And he is functioning as godfather for an Indian child. A month and a half old, an Illinois Indian. And he, as a 10-year-old, this is 1770, he was born in 1760, right? So he's 10 years old and he's functioning as godfather to this Indian slave child. That's it. Here, of course, is the priest, Gibault. Then here he is signing as a witness for the marriage of Louis Bolduc, Jr. But I can't remember what the date was. I think it was 1797. This is the only document I've ever seen in which Louis Bolduc, Sr. struggled and did sign his name. It's the only signature of his I've ever seen. You can see that Louis Bolduc Jr. does pretty well with his signature. And by this time, J.B. Valet has got the fancy squiggle of an upper class French person. And by that time, Jacques Maxwell, I like that name, Jacques Maxwell, was a priest in St. Genevieve. You can see this is one of these things that informs us that Nicolas Janis pronounced the S in his name, because here it's spelled I-S-S-E. I mean, that eliminates any question. It's Janis. Okay. Yes, please.
I have a question on the last two slides. So once they moved to the new town, did the African American population, the slave population increase, and did the Native American population increase?
Oh boy, those are good questions. As I recall, the slave population remains about the same, which is about 30 or 32%. Very high concentration of black slaves in St. Genevieve. Much higher than in St. Louis, because the black slaves were used for agricultural purposes, mostly, and St. Genevieve was a more highly agricultural community than St. Louis. St. Louis was more commercial. The slaves were more important in an agricultural community, and so St. Genevieve always has a higher proportion of black slaves. St. Louis, on the other hand, had a higher proportion of Indian slaves because it was an entrepot for the Indian slave trade going up the Missouri River Valley. So higher proportion of Indian slaves in St. Louis, higher proportion of black slaves in St. Genevieve. And as I remember, the proportion of black slaves in St. Genevieve's population doesn't change when you move from Old Town to New Town. It stays the same. The Indians, it's tricky to say. You'd have to do a very, very detailed search through the parish records, looking at things like that baptismal record that J.B. Valet signed as godfather. So finally, the gates. I'd love to have this gate on my farm in West Virginia. I find it inappropriate here, as many of you know. But this is the intersection. This is the most important intersection in the Midwest. It's inappropriate, what can I say? Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think Bernie was right about how many whores in St. Genevieve. There was one of the first lawyers that showed up, an American lawyer, because there was no French lawyers, but William C. Carr showed up here in 1804. And he wrote a letter, I think it was to his sister or sister-in-law, and he said he would not marry a French girl if she was worth $1 million. He said, they're the biggest sluts in the world. I read that and I went, what? Well, my friend Booker Rucker informed me because he's all-knowing. And he says back then that word slut meant that they were slovenly. And he's right because W.C. Carr goes on to say that they walk down the street with the heels of their shoes worn down. So, very good. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Restrooms are down the hall to the right. I think they're just in the old vernacular of one hall, so you may have to line up, but they're down that way.
The other way are
Okay.
There's some to the left
And some
that's a learning center.
Good opportunity to stand. Oh, this is the lease.
I don't know if anybody else is taking pictures, but I'm a big fan.
I have a lot of I looked like I said, I gotta get a picture.
You're good to go.
I really
We're gonna get a big picture.
Hey, Chaz. Glad you made it in. That's the kind that sits at the moment. It's like that stuff. what that is the original land for
Those are about a year.
We haven't seen you in a while. Come around.
Elizabeth, thanks for coming back.
So what you need to know that your life is lines are exact same order every time. So then it has an idea that if he's north, then it should be feeling stronger magnetism from the north. But if you're going south, then it compensates for the pull of the magnetic pulse. Yes. Yeah, set it all up ahead of time and then it lines up across it. So make sure that it being consistent with what it's taking. You know, it was then takes all it does a 30 by 30 meter grid. So when I get to the end, it'll make it and it's done. It has to be taken. Yeah, it's great. My thoughts about the technology Dave's grids are very big. It's just kind of finding its way. Very, you can't wear metal on your body. They have to be permanent. They have to be if you start to move it around, then it's no longer taking readings. It's taking all readings. So yeah, we have issues. I don't know what operates you have to have the same distance from the ground, so you want to make sure that it's set in there. Yeah, that affects.
And did you know that we, the Lazenby, sent a letter to the National Archives of the support letter? Good, okay. I wanted you to know that.
Oh, yeah.
Are you Mike's father? Richard Wessenberg. We did the School of the Soldier last April and worked with, Mike helped us out one heck of a lot on that with the tourist center and so on. We hope to be back again this April. School of the Soldier, the conference we had on, we brought Martin West from Fort Ligonier and a woman with collection of clothing. Hope to be back again in April.
Given the 75,000-mile checkup, that might be a fine place to go. I bought yes. I decided to go there looking low.
How you doing? How's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Okay, I guess. As far as I know.
Yeah. Good. No news is good there. In that case.
Interesting so far.
Lots of history.
Oh, good. Yeah, there
This is the guy that had the house. Yeah.
Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Jim Baker.
Doesn't want to hear himself. I think not, but he would have heard it again.
No. How about now?
Yeah.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jim Baker. Jim is an adopted son of St. Genevieve. He's been the site administrator for the Missouri Department of Natural Resources Felix Valley House State Historic Site since 1983. So he's been here a couple of years anyway. In addition to the Valley House, the site includes the Shaw House, the Beauvais House, the Creole House, and the Delassue Kern property. Jim has a BS in mathematics from Bowling Green State University in Ohio. And prior to joining MDNR, Jim was an interpreter at historic Fort Meigs in Ohio. Sometime you'll have to hear the story about his interview at MDNR and his yellow pants, but that's something else. Mr. Baker is the chairman of the Friends of the St. Genevieve Museum, serves as treasurer, and plays in the town's municipal band, which was about 60-some years in existence, and the German band. Jim was not there at the beginning of the band. He's a member of the St. Genevieve County Archives Committee. He's a past recipient of the Foundation's Distinguished Service Award, and he's an active member of the St. Genevieve Speakers Bureau and the State Historical Society of Missouri Speaker Bureaus. Speakers Bureau. He's given presentations on Les Petits Anglais, Henri Marie Breckenridge, and the Vital Beauvais family of St. Genevieve, Pelagie Vital, a free woman of color, the Valley family of St. Genevieve, a French colonial legacy, from Missouri to West Point, native sons of Upper Louisiana, and a really neat one, what the tour guides don't tell you. Another one on St. Genevieve's architectural roots, highlights from the, oh boy, French, Padua, Pays d'Or, very good. Yeah, that's what I said, didn't I? The traditional French colonial architecture of St. Genevieve and the St. Genevieve diorama, recreating the village in 1832. Please welcome Mr. Jim Baker, who will present We Are Now All Americans, Jean-Baptiste Ballet and 19th Century St. Genevieve.
Thank you very much, Bob. It's a pleasure to be here. You read it just like I wrote it. I appreciate it. I think Bernie would be delighted that so many people were making such a fuss about St. Genevieve history. And I can remember those years in the 1980s when St. Genevieve was on a pretty big roll, celebrating the 200th and 250th anniversary. And a lot of marvelous scholars came to St. Genevieve and participated in conferences just like this. And it was really much due to the tenacity of Bernie Schramm that those things happened year after year. So it's a wonderful legacy that continues on today, and I'm delighted to be a part of it. Today, I want to talk to you about a gentleman who has been mentioned here earlier this morning, and of course has a tie with the Schramms because of the home, the Jean-Baptiste Ballet home. So I want to tell you a little about this really remarkable man, Jean-Baptiste Ballet. His life spanned 89 years, which is a remarkable chunk of St. Genevieve history that he was here for and part of. He was born in late September in 1760, and his life was actually within a few weeks bisected by probably one of the most important historic events in American history, which was the Louisiana Purchase. In March of 1804, the territory here, part of Upper Louisiana, was taken into American control, and at that point, it's truly a watershed between colonial St. Genevieve history and American St. Genevieve history. And Jean-Baptiste Ballet was part and parcel of that event, and actually that point was a turning point in his life too. The Americans here, or the French people here in St. Genevieve were actually just thrust into this new American period without much control. Those were world events that the folks here didn't have any control over. So it's an interesting time period, and what I want to tell you about today is a few events that occurred just in the few years that followed the Louisiana Purchase, and discuss for a moment kind of the lightning speed with which some very American ideas ended up here in St. Genevieve. And I'm not talking about the standard life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness ideas, because I think, as Carl and many of other colonial scholars have shown, St. Genevieve was pretty much a life place, a good place, and a lot of people pursued a lot of happiness here too. So I wouldn't say that those are the American ideas I'm thinking about, but I want to talk to you today about those events in March of 1804 and how they affected Jean-Baptiste Ballet. But we want to look at a survey, we're going to look at a school, we're going to look at a doctor, and we're going to look at a big old party too. So that's where we're headed. I want to give one caveat for you, so if this happens, you don't get upset. Quite a few years ago, Carl Eckberg confided in me that for him, the world kind of came to an end in 1804. Anything past that was really not anything that was so important. So now, I want Dr. Eckberg to stay for the full time here this morning, but if he happens to get up and leave, don't be concerned, he'll be coming back, okay? Bob, you're gonna have to give me a brief rundown. Enter?
No.
Up? Oh gosh. Which one, the down? Oh, all right. So let's start out just by a quick little genealogical chart. Everybody is familiar with these names, I'm sure. The Vallée family got its start here with Francois Vallée, who was a French-Canadian from Quebec. Comes into this area, marries a smart young lady over in Kaskaskia, and begins his family, but he's really on the very cusp of the beginning of the village of St. Genevieve. His youngest son is who we're interested in down the lower left-hand corner, Jean-Baptiste, born in 1760. His father was 44 years old already by the time Jean-Baptiste was born. He was one of those last children, but not quite the last, of course. Marguerite follows in 1762. You see a couple of good things, the Valley crest, and of course, one of the beautiful pair of silver candlesticks that belonged to Francois Vallée I. Then we make another quick jump into Jean-Baptiste's family unit himself. Here he is on the left, born in 1760. He was married in 1783 in Prairie du Rocher to Marie-Jeanne Barbeau, one of the famous Barbeau girls from Prairie du Rocher. And those young ladies all married well. Several of them ended up right here in St. Genevieve. Jean-Baptiste had 4 sons. Jean-Baptiste Junior, fils, François-Baptiste, Louis, and finally our good friend Félix Vallée. But what I wanted to do for a moment to kind of give you a hint about his early life, that first half of his life, those genealogical charts are kind of dry when it comes right down to it. And I wanted to take a minute and kind of turn the tables a bit and give you a little more dynamic approach to some early events in his life in kind of a timetable system. When he was just 14 years old, one of his brothers, his eldest brother, Joseph, was killed in an attack, a big skirmish that occurred at Maine-la-Motte. So that was a pretty traumatic event, I would guess. His brother was killed by Indians. I think they were Chickasaw. A pretty traumatic event for a 14-year-old at this time. By age 18, his younger sister had gotten married to Louis Caron. But by age 21, his mother was deceased. Marianne Billaron died when he was just 21 years old. In 1783, I would guess he had what doctors would say in our modern technology and terminology was a very stressful year. You know, we add up all those stress events and give them points. I would say in 1783, he probably was the winner of stress points. In January, he got married to Marie-Jeanne Barbeau, which was probably a very good thing. But by the summer of 1823, some other events in St. Genevieve unfolded which were less than pleasant. His brother was married and his sister-in-law, Pélagie, sued for separation from his brother Charles. And in that suit, she revealed a disturbing amount of information about the brother Charles and his debauchery, his gambling, his drinking, his violence. All those things came to a head in the summer of 1783. His first son was born in late September, September 23rd to be exact. Jean-Baptiste Junior, fils, was born. And just a few days later, he was burying his father, Francois Vallée. So all those events, I think, culminated to make 1783 a difficult year for Jean-Baptiste. By age 25, he was in the village of St. Genevieve during the Grande Inondation, the big flood of 1785, which for those of us who were here in 1993, some of us were here in 1993. If you look back at that year for yourself, that was a stressful year, a dramatic event, and I think you could assign that same level of stress to 1785 as well. Second son born at age 25 later that year in September. His brother, when he was age 28, his brother died in Louisiana where he had gone. By age 29, Jean-Baptiste's third son, Louis, was born May 27. And by age 40, his last child, Félix Vallée, was born on February the 12th. So that kind of brings us into the kind of the first half of his life, very much family oriented. But the important thing to remember is he was the youngest son in the family, and his brother Joseph, his brother Charles, his brother Francois Jr., all probably were the sons that were being groomed by his father for the possibility of taking over business, the possibility of government, militia, all those things. The youngest son probably was not really very well prepared for what was going to happen to him, what would be thrust upon him. In the very early part of 1804, Francois Ballet Jr. was the commandant here in St. Genevieve, but he took a turn for the worse in terms of his health, bad health conditions. And people could see the handwriting on the wall. The lieutenant governor up in St. Louis was someone familiar to this area. His name was Charles Delassue. He was the son of Pierre Charles de Haute Delassue de Luzière, the commandant of Bourbon. Charles was employed by the Spanish and was the lieutenant governor, so he had a very important position of power. He was familiar with the family and friends with Francois Ballet, and he wrote a very interesting passage at that time regarding Francois Ballet, the fidelity of this family under all administrations, the most good service of this man, the universal esteem of all the inhabitants so justly deserves, cannot but cause regret that so useful a man is about to depart life. Coincidentally, on the day he wrote the letter, which was on March 6th in 1804, writing to Amos Stoddard, was the exact day that here in St. Genevieve, Francois Ballet died. So because of his illness, Jean-Baptiste had been kind of in a supporting role as the commandant in this district. And so at the time he died, he was thrust into that role headlong. Francois Ballet was a young man, even by standards in those days. He was only 46 years old when he died. So it's a difficult situation that they found themselves in. So the events that unfolded in the next couple days in St. Louis would be the transfer from colonial area into part of the United States. And Amos Stoddard was a captain at the time in the military, and he was the figure from the United States who received the transfer legally, technically, in St. Louis for the United States. So he became the commandant of Upper Louisiana. But he set about to appoint civil commandants in these St. Genevieve, New Madrid, all the districts that occurred at the time. So the logical progression was to go to the next younger brother, which ended up being Jean-Baptiste Ballet. This is a document from the Missouri Historical Society in which Amos Stoddard appoints Jean-Baptiste Ballet commandant of the district. It's dated March the 10th, 1804. And the text is very interesting in the document. One of the sentences, and it's a little hard to see from there, says this: "A change of allegiance has not materially changed the principles on which your duties are founded. You were pleased to cultivate friendships and harmony among the people in your district and between them and the Indian tribes. Let justice be administered speedily, promptly, and without delay." So those were his orders, his marching orders, so to speak. But the document is very interesting in itself, really an important part of our history. But here's the curious part. I think this was actually a form document that was probably handwritten by someone who made several copies of it for all the districts, because you can note the handwriting of the document, but then when you see the part that's filled in, St. Genevieve is obviously filled into a blank that was left. So a Stoddard secretary probably made 6 or 7 copies of this to use for all the districts. They just filled in the right name in the right place. It's just kind of curious. What I want to talk about next, talk about trial by fire. One of the first things that happened as Jean-Baptiste took this mantle of being the civil commandant was a letter that he received, which I'm going to take the time to read in its entirety because it's so fascinating, it's so well written, and it demonstrates so much of what was going on at the time. And I hope you'll enjoy this as well. This is the beginning first page of this letter. It's written by some Americans. And it says, "Sir, Mr. Dussel, by your order, notified us to attend you out at St. Genevieve in 8 days from the date of notification. The business you have with us you thought proper not to mention, and were it not that we did not wish to treat you with disrespect as a private gentleman, we should pass your order in silence. To remove any suspicions of that nature, we have, in the name of the people of Bellevue, thought it proper to answer your demand. It is with no small degree of astonishment to us you should, in the name of the King of Spain, attempt the execution of any command at this time, knowing, as you must, that all pretensions of that nature ceased to exist on the 17th of December last past by the public act of the Spanish Governor General of the province, and that on the 20th of the same month, Governor Claiborne, by order of the President of the United States, did by proclamation, dated at Orleans, demand the submission of all the subjects and citizens of the whole province of Louisiana to the United States, which proclamation has been publicly known in the country for 2 weeks. He's got beautiful handwriting, one of the easiest letters to read we've had. It's just a remarkable letter, and he continues on. This is from Bellevue. Under these circumstances, we cannot but view your order with surprise and astonishment, nor can we submit to any mandates whatever derived through the authority of the King of Spain without a willful violation of our duty to the United States, to whose laws and authority we are called to obey. And when you shall, by the order of any officer of the U.S., demand our attendance at St. Genevieve, you will find us ready to submit to the demand, provided such demand is consistent with the laws of the land, and stating the cause of complaint with the names of persons complaining, which you had omitted in the order communicated to us by Mr. Joseph Dussel. Notwithstanding, the cause of complaint nor the names of the persons is not made known to us, yet we have been told that the intentions of Mr. de la Sueur, the late governor of St. Louis, was to oblige us to admit Pascal Dutchmendy to survey 6,000 acres of land to include our improvements and turn 10 or 12 families out to be exposed to the severity of winter storms and become his humble tenants. A submission to such injustice we are determined to oppose, both with our lives and property, preferring death rather than to submit to such acts of unheard of oppression. And should the other order, in the name of any foreign government, be presented to us, we shall consider ourselves duty-bound to treat such order as an insult to the authority and government of the United States. Nor do we intend to submit to the unjust representation of a San Domingo refugee and an unprincipled Irishman, whom we have given no cause of complaint, but while in our settlement treated them with friendship and politeness. We beg you to believe that in all this business, it is not our intention that you should entertain an idea that we wish to hurt your feelings as Mr. Baptiste Valet, but so far as it respects your authority under the King of Spain, we cannot respect it. Signed, Bellevue, March the 11th, 1804, Moses Bates and William Reed for the settlers of Bellevue. What was going on? Can you imagine getting this letter? Obviously, they weren't aware that in the interim, Jean-Baptiste Valet had received the due proclamation of the United States government as well. This is a result of this event that occurred in the very early part of that year. Pascal Dutchmendy lived here in St. Genevieve. He was a native of France. He had come into this area by way of Santo Domingo. That's who they were referring to, the Santo Domingo refugee. He married a St. Gem here in St. Genevieve in 1798, Marie Therese St. Gem. He had already received several land grants here in St. Genevieve, but he applied for another very significant land grant of 7,056 apartments. It's a league square. And he applied to Lieutenant Governor de la Sueur in St. Louis in September of 1799. And he cites in his request, which is right here, since he had been a solid citizen, he was here in this area, he was involved in business, he had created the first sawmill. His intention was to create a cattle operation to provide meat year-round to the citizens of St. Genevieve at a moderate price. And he was looking for a big stretch of land to do that. And so what happened was he submitted this request to the lieutenant governor, who approved the land grant. And time was ticking, the clock was ticking. They had to get this property surveyed. So he and Thomas Madden, the Irishman, were sent over to the area where this was all going to occur. But they met with some resistance, as you picked up from the letter. This is a map from Walter Schrader's book, Opening the Ozarks. And you can see where we are here in St. Genevieve, and just right in here, I gotta get it. Bellevue is right over there. So it's west of us. Today it's part of Washington County, but originally it was well part of the St. Genevieve district. It was a big American settlement, and by 1804, Moses Austin estimated there were about 20 families living in Bellevue with a population of about 160 people. Another person at the same time set the population at about 230, so it was a big settlement. But you realize that these are Americans who had come into this territory. They were living in Spanish territory, technically. But certainly, they knew what was going on and knew that now they were living under a new government. This was a very popular area. In just a few years, the population of Bellevue doubled, so big, big activities there. You can see these are land grants that are in the squares there in and around Bellevue. I wish I could point to the exact one that's in question, but I can't. That would take a little bit of deciphering power that I didn't have the time or energy to get to out of the records of St. Genevieve or Washington County. I know that it's not the big one. That was somebody else that got a huge land grant, but this one is intermixed in that area in the Bellevue Valley. Today, if you were to go over into that area, you would realize how scenically beautiful it is. It's marvelous farmland. That's what the Americans were looking for. Today, as you go down into the area, Caledonia is right in the middle of what we would term the Bellevue Valley. It's still a beautiful and desirable area. Many of the other Americans at the time were requesting land grants and having surveys done to confirm these grants. But the Americans were kind of doing the same thing that they suspected Pascal Detchmendy of doing, getting these surveys in and legalized just before the transfer came, because the big thing on everybody's mind was, are the Americans going to confirm our land titles? That's the issue that everybody had and the big concern that was going on. The Americans were not alone in this. At that time, there was testimony from a gentleman who said Thomas Baker told him that his father and Benjamin Crow notified all those who claimed places to be at them on a certain day, and accordingly, on the day thus appointed, Thomas Baker and many others did go and remain on certain pieces of land to prove up their claims to land thus occupied aforesaid. So that was part of the process to get these claims confirmed. You had to prove that you lived on them. You had to prove that you improved that property to get those claims confirmed. And so the Americans were doing the very same thing. Pascal Detchmendy just had a pretty big chunk of it that he was trying to do. To follow the story of Detchmendy, you have to refer to the American State Papers. And this is a collection of huge, huge books full of the data and the process by which all these land claims were either ratified or denied. And so there are interesting letters, testimony that are in these things. I just want to read a couple things from this. Thomas Madden testified in 1818 before Joseph Bogie here in St. Genevieve about the claim, because he was the surveyor. He said that he received instructions as the deputy surveyor from Antoine Soulard, who you see in the upper left, to make this survey for Pascal Detchmendy in the beginning of it, February 1804. They presented that testimony to the land commissioners in 1833. But in 1834, another surveyor, James Relf, said that the only surveys he was aware of that Madden gave him from the area were surveys for the Reeds and surveys for Edward Johnson. So he claimed that their survey had not been made. But finally, in June of 1835, Madden produced a copy of a letter that he had written to Antoine Soulard after this incident occurred over in Bellevue, and it must have been a whopper. I'm going to read part of this. From the mines, I went with Mr. Pascal to survey his concession at Bellevue. On my arrival at William Reed's, I found several armed men there who, without any provocation, behaved very insolent and declared themselves and country entirely out of the possession of the Spanish government, and that if I surveyed any land within 9 miles of that place, they would break, kill, and slay all before them. I have been many times in the course of that night apprehensive of Mr. Pascal, myself, and my compass. Worried about his compass. The French people here are, in general, very much displeased with the rebellious and ungenerous proceedings of these people. I have made my complaint to Mr. Valley, who sends it on to the governor. So, this incident, Madden provides this testimony to the Land Commissioners Board, and part of the reason they were going to deny Pascal Detchmeny's claim was because there was no actual survey. But he presents this information that says they attempted to do the survey but were run off. So the board eventually ratifies the claim in 1835 on June 17th. So this was a very large claim of land that got ratified because of this. The signature on the letter is interesting. Moses Bates, William Reed for the Settlers of Bellevue. Madden, in another letter, hints that one of our friends here from St. Genevieve was involved in riling up these Americans against the French, and it was none other than Moses Austin. But my good friend Donna Roush, who is a whiz at a lot of things, including genealogy, revealed to me just the other day that our good friend Moses Bates was actually Moses Austin's brother-in-law. He was married to Moses Austin's sister. So you begin to find some interrelationships, and that's not the only one we'll find in this. Interconnections, in the same way that the French families here interconnected for political and commercial alliances, the Americans were doing the very, very same thing. So as we go on in Jean-Baptiste's term of office, he received this letter from Amos Stoddard, Captain Stoddard from St. Louis, who asked him to please m'envoyer le registre de terre réclamé. Please send me your register. And this is actually a letter that was requesting his list of documents that he has in his possession, which he did, and that document is in St. Louis. But as I looked through the pages and pages of this, it struck me, I was really looking at the very first index to the St. Genevieve archives that we use so much today. All those papers that the Commandant kept, the land claims, the public acts, the proclamations were all kept, and today that's still part of what that St. Genevieve archives has morphed into. So this is the first listing of some of those documents that he had. It goes way back. One case, number 7, containing all the various acts public during the year of 1774. We're going to move on, but I have to tell you first that Jean-Baptiste didn't stay in office for very long. His appointment here was fairly short in nature, and we think about the valleys being in place for long periods of time. We know when Jean-Baptiste Vallet's appointment started, but by just 6 months later, it was over. He was no longer the commandant. In fact, the Americans, by September, appointed Seth Hunt to be the commandant of the St. Genevieve district. And an interesting letter, near the end of their term, Stoddard wrote to Jean-Baptiste Valley and said he wanted his list of expenses for gifts that had been given to the Native Americans and various other things. And he uses a curious phrase. He said, our official deaths are near at hand. So what he's really talking about is the fact that Amos Stoddard was going to be moving on to something else, and the Americans were going to be taking the position that Jean-Baptiste Valley had held. In fact, Amos Stoddard did move on. He was still in the military, and in another curious twist of fate, Fort Meigs, where I started out working at a historic site, was the Battle of Fort Meigs in spring of 1813. Guess who was in command of the Grand Battery there, the artillery? None other than Amos Stoddard in charge. Unfortunately for him, he was hit by shrapnel in the posterior region. That didn't kill him, though, but a few days later he died of tetanus, which is very much indicative of how military wounds and deaths occurred, not necessarily from something you might think of being blown up, but from something that today we would certainly be able to take care of. So he's buried right by the Grand Battery, and I walked by his tombstone when I was at Fort Meigs 1,000 times. Little did I know he would come back. Everybody recognizes the old academy. Louisiana Academy, famous old academy here in St. Genevieve, really was one of the very earliest enterprises here in St. Genevieve after the Louisiana Purchase. This is a 1937 Habs photograph, which really shows that building in a really still very pure classical form. it is really something that demonstrates one of the most American set of ideas that came into play right at that time. An act incorporating the Louisiana Academy was passed by the territorial legislature in June of 1808. It appointed 14 trustees here, residents of St. Genevieve. They had been meeting since 1807 already. I'm going to read the list. Jacques Maxwell, Jacques Guibord, Jean-Baptiste Vallée, Walter Fenwick, Joseph Spencer, Francois Janis, Thomas Oliver, Joseph Pratt, John Scott, Aaron Elliott, Nathaniel Pope, Otto Schrader, Timothy Phelps, and Andrew Henry. It's a curious mix of both the French powerful elite and these American elite who have come into St. Genevieve to get together to create an institution for education. The language here is fascinating from the document that created the charter. The trustees shall be enjoined to cause at all times English and French languages to be taught in said academy, together with such other languages and sciences as the funds of the institution and circumstances will permit. You might want to tell us about funding for education, problems even at those times. The other clause that I thought was fairly interesting is something that relates to cultural identity and education as well. The trustees are also enjoined to cause the children of poor people and the children of Indians residing in this territory and found qualified to be instructed gratis, free, and cause all the students to be educated free at the said academy whenever the funds of the institution shall permit. This is a very, very big step and a very interesting concept for public education that was in play here. Prior to that, education in St. Genevieve had not been in a public sense. It was a very private sense. This is the very beginning of public education.
I have a question.
Yes?
Do you think that girls would have attended that school, that academy?
I left that clause out because the young lady who worked with me yesterday said just these three. In fact, they said there's another clause in that set that says when you get the money, you need to start admitting women to the school as well. But they were concerned about the boys first. I'm sorry to report. The other factor that comes into play here involves religion. And of course, St. Genevieve was overwhelmingly Roman Catholic at this point still. And here's a clause that relates to religion. As the extension of useful knowledge ought to be the only subject contemplated by this institution, no preference shall be given to any discrimination or any discrimination be made in the choice of trustees, professors, teachers, or students on account of religious sentiments. It's a very, very big step. But the thing that I think is most revealing about the academy is the way that the institution actually occurred. And that's this. These people raised the money right here in St. Genevieve through pledges to do this. What more kind of American idea could we have here than people donating funds to have this occur? And some people, we find, donated vast sums of money. There were 103 donors on the list that put up a whopping $2,718. 64 of those names were Anglo families, 39 were French families. The donations ranged from $100 down to $3. So it was a very broad expanse of people who were involved in this process. 22 of the donors gave $50 or more. 13 of those were Anglo names, 9 were French. Aimable Partenay, Jean-Baptiste Vallée, and Joseph Pratt each donated $100 to that process. I thought to myself, you know, $100 is pretty good for today. What would $100 mean in 1808? I looked up on the internet, which is an amazing place. You can look up anything. Today, if you go by the Consumer Price Index, $100 in 1808 is worth $1,920 today. If you take the change in unskilled labor, the rate at unskilled labor is paid, and calculate the number, it's a whopping $24,900. If you take the GDP of the United States per capita and compare it in 1808 to 2008 or 9 when the number was, it's about $52,000 donation, that $100. That was a significant sum, and those three gentlemen made a statement by donating that money about how important that concept was to them as well. I think the whole community made that statement in this regard. Pretty impressive. The minute book still exists. You can read all those minutes about all those meetings, and the first meeting occurred at the house of Joseph Pratt. in 1807 to get this ball rolling. Beautiful building and beautiful condition still as a testament to education at St. Genevieve. Another man we want to talk about for a moment is Dr. Aaron Elliott. You all know about Henry Marie Brackenridge, the young man who came to St. Genevieve as a youth in the 1790s. Returned here as an attorney in 1811. He probably met Dr. Elliott about that time. He wrote in Views of Louisiana about Dr. Elliott. He said, "I cannot refrain from seizing this opportunity of paying a tribute to the memory of that excellent man, possessed of an enlightened and philosophic mind and the most amiable disposition ever gifted to a mortal. He was formed to instruct and to be beloved." What a statement. He was from Connecticut, came to St. Genevieve, but like we've discovered about a lot of other Americans, his arrival here was anything but random. His wife was also a sister of Moses Austin. And Moses Austin's property just was on the other side of the Gambry Creek. Aaron Elliott's property is there today, and his house beautifully is still in place there today. It looks a little different. This is the Aaron Elliott house. It stands as a testament to a different concept in architecture, which is another one of these American influences that hit in St. Genevieve about this very same time. We're all concentrating on wonderful vertical log French colonial buildings, but indeed this set of American buildings that arrives in St. Genevieve in that period that followed the Louisiana Purchase, pretty remarkable as well. This is the Elliott House from a Habs photo.
Where is it?
It's on the corner of Main and I guess that's the beginning of St. Mary's Road right there.
Okay.
Just if you go into the railroad trestle and just look to your right, it's up on a little bit of a rise. If you want to compare it to similar buildings built in the very close time period, up at the top is the Abraham Newfield House. We know that more commonly in St. Genevieve as Senator Lynn's house. It was really built by Abraham Newfield, probably about 1806, and I think that's the date for the Elliott House too. So they were built very much at the same time. You see a lot of similarities in terms of the architecture, both two-story buildings, both framed architecture, both very, very similar in their appearance. Just across the creek on another point was another American building built right about the same time, 1809 or so, by John MacArthur, another one of these Americans who comes in, and John MacArthur's tied into the Lynn family, he's tied into the Dodges. All these Americans have interrelationships as well in this same period. Same thing the French were doing. And finally, the Jacob Phillipson House, built about 1811 by Jacob Phillipson, who also built the Felix Ballet House. But this was earlier. This is 1811, right up Merchant Street. Doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, but another example of that same style of architecture that Elliott brought. But what I want to talk to you about Elliott really was a party. And as we know, St. Genevieve is always a good place for a little party. In the newspaper, the Louisiana Gazette, which was published in St. Louis, was actually a continuation of the Missouri Gazette, which was started publication fairly shortly, about 1808, after the Louisiana Purchase. But a little article here in July of 1811. The published date of the paper was the 23rd, but the article relates to the 4th of July. I think it's worth reading, just that first part. Pursuant to previous arrangement, a large number of the respectable mechanics and other citizens of the town of St. Genevieve met at 12 o'clock on a high eminence back of Dr. Elliott's, where an arbor had been prepared for their accommodations. At 2 o'clock, the company sat down to an elegant repast provided for the occasion, after which the following toasts were drunk, accompanied by the firing of a 9-pounder, 1 gun to each toast. St. Genevieve was the site of one of the very earliest celebrations of the 4th of July. Out of how much more American can we get? The toasts themselves are quite revealing. We don't need to read through all of them, but some of them are very, very indicative of the thought that was going on at the time. First, they toasted to the day we celebrate. From the earliest period of history, certain days of festivity and commemoration have been observed, but none so glorious and beneficial to mankind as the 4th of July. And they played the song, Ode to the 4th of July. George Washington, the man whose fame stands unsullied by any selfish motive, whose arm was equally adapted to the destruction of tyranny and licentious liberty, and the brightest example of political honesty, military experience, and private virtue. May the voice of liberty and independence washed on the zephyrs of the evening salute, the urn of our departed hero. I would give anything to know who was sitting around the table there at Dr. Elliott's, but certainly there had to be some of these French folks involved in this process. It's just a remarkable part of this connection to these Americanisms. Thomas Jefferson, largely responsible for what we think of as the Louisiana Purchase, whose maxim is the greatest good to the greatest number. The fruits of his presidential labors correspond with this maxim, and his public conduct generally is worthy of imitation. 3 cheers. Domestic manufacturers, the best source of national independence, and I thought some of these actually relate to what we're thinking of today. It's better to have a pound to sell than to be under the necessity of buying an ounce. Truer words. The militia of the United States, while other nations lavish unnumbered millions on standing armies to fight their battles abroad and oppress their people at home, the United States, pursuing a wiser policy, relies on the great body of her citizens who in times of peace enrich and in times of war defends her. After this toast was drunk, and this is part of the article, the company rose and formed a chain around the table by uniting their hands, in which position they sung the first verse of Hail Columbia. And finally, our sister territories. Children of the same parent, may we with them be dutiful and respectful, yet like children whose parents is just, let this ask in confidence what our necessities require. May our land title be stated and fairly attested. Foremost on their minds. It's amazing how some of this actually comes full circle into what we've been thinking about. That land really was what we were concerned with, and this movement west, this idea of Americanisms, and the idea of the United States coming this way are really all concepts that St. Genevieve was inundated with in that time period following Louisiana Purchase. Jean-Baptiste Vallee found himself at the forefront of that, and I think his involvement in so many of these events really indicates that in terms of culture, this beginning of meshing of these two cultures, this idea of the Americanisms and the French really was led by some of the prominent French people here who could see, in a sense, the handwriting on the wall, but also the value of this American culture that came into this area. 3 cheers. Finally, the last of all their toasts that day, smart gentlemen, as I said, the fair sex. The last and best production of their species from the hand of God. The man who is not susceptible to their virtues is unfit for society. To that, we have 5 cheers. I would be remiss today in discussing Jean-Baptiste Vallee if I didn't mention for one moment part of the reason he was so successful. And to quote the phrase, behind every good man, his wife, Marie-Jeanne, stood by his side, and they were really more of a unit, I would say, than could be imagined for most couples. And in this time period, some people do have longer lifespans, but typically a spouse didn't get to have a long lifespan with his spouse. This is absolutely untrue in this case. They both lived to be ripe old ages. Madame Vallee, you can see, lived to be 82 years old, and Jean-Baptiste made it to 89. And I'm going to call on my good friend, Mr. Rucker, if he can remember what the phrase is on their tombstone in French. Sorry.
In French, it says something like they were alike in every way, or
all together, yeah.
like peas in a pod.
So, peas in a pod, probably not good for the subject. I wish I wrote it down, actually. It's a poignant statement on their thing about how much together they were. And I think it's certainly to his benefit that she was part of the process.
Perhaps Carl knows the word in French looks like resemble. It says that they resemble each other.
But I have to go and look.
And the final image we have of Jean-Baptiste Valley is also in the collection of the Missouri Historical Society, a marvelous daguerreotype. And I think this probably sums it up for Jean-Baptiste Vallée, who was able to weather the storms of a new culture, a new identity, a new government, and a whole new lifestyle. And yet, through the diversity of these cultures, was extraordinarily successful. It would be my guess that daguerreotype was taken fairly late in his life. When he died in 1849, his estate is thick, and he's worth somewhere in the range of $550,000 in 1849, which it's just kind of an amazing thing. So he took these two worlds and ended up in the American side of it, but ended up as a very successful person in a lot of ways, and made his mark on St. Genevieve, and really was another step in the legacy that the Vallée family had here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. I forgot to mention, if somebody dropped their phone and their little USB drive or keychain, it was found in the hallways.
It must be mine, Bob. That looks like...
The $50 that was with it is somehow missing.
Yes, because that was when I was trying to get the water machine to work, which didn't work. Thank you very much.
I'd like to now introduce Ms. Bonnie Samuelson, who's on the board of directors for the Foundation for Restoration. She's going to introduce our last speaker of the morning. Bonnie.
Okay, we just heard about transition from the French Louisiana to America. St. Genevieve became part of America, but French traditions continued and continue to this day. So our next speaker is going to talk about one of them, La Guyanais, which is still every year we have this celebration. The speaker is Dr. Anna Laura Burns, and she has a BA in French from Loyola University, a master's in French with a literary option from the University of Georgia, and recently completed her PhD in Francophone Studies at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. She currently teaches French at Epiphany Day School and the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, which I visited for the first time about a week ago, so I'm fit to present her. She has previously been an assistant to editor for the biannual academic journal, Études Francophones, Department of Modern Languages, University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and editor of the literary creative review Feu Follet at that same university. And she goes by the name of Lori, and she was the first recipient of the Foundation's Educational Research Award to encourage scholarly research on St. Genevieve in 2008. And her dissertation was on the Guyanais. It was written in French, I think. The original was done in French, and it was called, and it's some of the words of the song that is sung for La Guyanais. Bonsoir le maître et la maîtresse. Le rôle de la, this is the title of her dissertation. Bonsoir le maître et la maîtresse. le rôle de la Guyane dans le maintien des communautés franco-américaines de Sainte-Geneviève et de la Prairie du Rocher. Or, good evening, Master and Mistress. The role of the Guyane in the maintenance of the Franco-American communities of Sainte-Geneviève and Prairie du Rocher. So it's a good continuation of this transition from French to American Sainte-Geneviève. Okay, so please welcome Dr. Lori Burns.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to start with this slide. As you can see, there's several different spellings of the Guyane, and when I was doing my research, I uncovered through various articles and newspaper articles these spellings. And what they were indicative spellings of each community. So La Guyane, the first one represents Prairie du Rocher or Sainte-Geneviève before 1935. That's how it was spelled. After 1935, Sainte-Geneviève changed the spelling. Actually, it was during the bicentennial. They changed the spelling to La Guignolée, the second word. La Guyane and La Guyane, the third and the fourth spellings, those represent Cahokia and Kaskaskia when they were doing the Guyane. And La Guyane, the last spelling on there, is the Old Mines spelling. So while each community at one point or still does the Guyane, they all spell it differently and it all represents each of their community. Okay. When I arrived in Sainte-Geneviève on the eve of the new year in 2006, I had no idea what to expect regarding the celebration. I did not even know until this year that the celebration existed, even though I grew up in about an hour north in St. Louis. And I went to Visitation Academy. For all of you who know, the benefactor for starting that school is Pierre Menard, and it started in Kaskaskia. I was open to the experience of the Guyane and understanding the importance of the celebration in French within a community that does not use French as their main language of communication, except to identify places and names to indicate simple actions or the Guyane. And here you can see, when I went to the French festival, there were signs like ouvert on one side and on the other side it said open. So you have this kind of bilingualism in little bitty spots. And then you have a store name, Mélange, and of course the names of different, and this is, how I know this used to be the Roger Bank, but Antoine Parfait Dufour, so they have the names of the houses or the different buildings. So that's labeled, and the big field is always called the Grand Champ, and that's how most people I know in Sainte-Geneviève refer to that field as the Grand Champ. Okay, the Guyane for Sainte-Geneviève community, as well as for other communities in the former Illinois country, represents more than just a French tradition that has continued since the founding communities. It maintains the mentality, heritage, and memories of its members, links them to their ancestors and their culture, and offers an avenue of expression for this mentality and heritage. Art Pavin from Sainte-Geneviève explains his reasons for his continued participation year after year and what the Guyane ultimately means for him. He says, "It gives me great satisfaction to carry on a tradition that my brave ancestors brought some 350 years ago. I enjoy doing it. It's a lot of fun for me to help provide some entertainment for the many people who come here from neighboring towns and cities to watch us perform." Art is very proud of his French heritage, and he says, "The fact that I am a descendant of some very brave people who left warm, comfortable homes in Quebec to journey south to a very uncertain future to help carve out a civilization in the wilderness that had many pitfalls and dangers. The French Canadians who settled here were fun-loving people who, despite the many hardships, still like to laugh, sing, dance, and have a good time, and that trait has been inherited by me." The Guyane for Art represents not only the continuation of his heritage, but also the sociability of the society and staying connected. In other words, the Guyane represents the memory of the past, the cultural continuity of the community, and affirms the community relationships, which is the community affirmation. For Mike Papin, the current leader of the Guyane in Sainte-Geneviève, the Guyane connects his memories from childhood, which reveal the importance of family and community ties. He says, as a child, I would just remember me and my cousins listening to the record. I guess about the time it came with my grandpa singing on it. My grandpa sang the solo on it, so it was distinctive, the solo when it comes on. There's only one person singing it as opposed to a lot of people singing it. There's Grandpa, and we would just always play it. Growing up, my mom would take us to the local gym or wherever the GNA was playing for the local public. I remember seeing that, and it was fun to see as a kid, to see all the outfits. There were clowns in it, and it looked like people were having a good time, and it was fun. Everyone wore a mask, and it was just fun to see if you could recognize everybody as a kid. When I got out of the service, I just started listening to it. A friend of mine was in it when I got out of the service, and he said that I should go. That's a tradition thing I hadn't really thought about doing, but yeah, that sounds great. I just started listening to the album and learning it, and my grandma was in the nursing home right before she passed. I wanted to sing the solo part. In order to show a cultural continuity with the community to affirm that the GNA does symbolize the French identity of the community, I wanted to know how the community developed and what characteristics translated through time, space, and language, and if indeed these qualities could be related to the founding French identity. Through my research on the development and the historical events that shaped the community, I found that certain characteristics such as solidarity, the cultural and religious celebrations, the mentality or way of looking at the importance of one's role in the community transferred through the centuries despite the loss of the French language in everyday use. The GNA, having traveled across the oceans and migrating down from the rivers from Quebec region, was and is part of this preserved cultural heritage that reinforces the notions of solidarity among the community, the importance of one's identity within the community, as well as the continued celebration of this mentality. Okay. Even though the historical references to the GNA in documents from the Illinois country are sparse, French theorists like Daniel Favre, Donatien Laurent, and Franche Postic have researched various festivals in France in rural and urban areas. According to Laurent and Postic, who researched the origins of the GNA, the word itself seems to be a derivative of a Celtic word, eginane, and evolved into the various forms throughout the regions where there was a Celtic influence. Favre and his research on the origins of Carnival found evidence that this festival occurred during the 11th and 12th centuries of France and likens it to an evolved version of the Roman celebration, the Calends of January. He provides descriptions of the festival in which, in the night in the snow, a group forms. It is enough to blacken the face with soot or to hide it under a loosely woven fabric, to squeeze oneself into a sack, or simply to invert the clothing that seems visible. Thus metamorphosed, the young travel all over long runs in the nights of the full moon. The group approaches a farm in a village or on the outskirts. The young men advance with muffled steps to the rays of the light, and there all of a sudden burst out, hoo hoo. Eerily, 9 centuries later, Margaret Brown interviewed Mr. Laveau at Prairie Richer, and he described the GNA as such. Oh, they were dressed in false faces and old dresses. Some of them had dresses on, and they stuffed their dresses full of rags and made themselves look all out of shape. Most of them had black socks on their face, burnt cork they put on their face. They'd wear hats, they had costumes, but it was just whatever you had in the house that they'd put on. They kind of made a racket on the porch, and then you'd open the door and they'd come in. And as you can see up here, there's the black painted faces there and up here. And this is just an evolution of the costumes in Prairie du Richer. The next slide's on of SteGenTV, but that's in the 1920s up here. And that picture's actually in the Fort de Chocs museum, which I took a picture of the picture there. And this is from the North County News from Redwood. In the 1950s, you can see that they represent different society types. You have a Southern Belle, the colonial soldier types, and then you have the Indians, Native Americans, and then in World War II, the women went, and it gets kind of formal. Okay, in SteGenTV, Pete Papin recalls when the Guineas didn't have false faces. They used a cork, they burn a cork and make it black, make their face black. And he reminded me that that was a tradition back then to hide your identity. Alfred Papin, who went with the Guiana and was a relative of Art and Pete Papin, explained in an interview with the Columbia Missourian that a lot of them wore dresses or torn patch pants, and they dressed like hobos. We used corn shucks and cedar twigs, anything to camouflage ourselves. So, in this photo, this is from 1912, and this is from the St. Genevieve Herald. This one, this in 1963 and 2001 are from St. Genevieve Herald. You can see there's the painted black face here, and also I think there's one over here too. And you can see kind of the conical hat, which comes from the medieval time period as well. And down here you can see here there's a Native American, but I would consider this more of the medieval representation of the payas or the straw man, a contemporary representation, or the clown here. And here this is more recent photo of them where you see the different representations of the society. You have the religious, the priests or the religious factor, and then you have the principal group, and then you have they have different representations of this society, the fur trappers.
I have a question. Did you say in France that they painted their face or they wore masks?
In France, in the medieval time, well, they would use like a cloth to cover their face, or they would use soot in the medieval time. Because I'm talking mostly about the rural part. In the urban areas, they had more accessibility to funds and things like that, where they could use paint or makeup. But in the rural areas, they used whatever they had because they were agricultural workers and they didn't always have access to funds where they could have the makeup or the paint and things like that. Okay, and throughout the centuries in the Midwest, the Guillotineurs' disguise changed from using the inside-out clothing or the costumes made of straw to formal, elegant clothing, as Art Papeman explains. Now, Art Papeman told me a story that was told to him about his great-great-grandfather, Francois, who lived at the southeast corner of 5th and Merchant Streets by the old cemetery. And like all the patrons before him and after him, he was very interested in La Guignolée, which had been performed here every year for the last 270 years, and in Canada before that, and in Normandy, France before that, where all those folks immigrated from. Anyway, the La Guignolée and the King's Ball was one of the biggest social events of the year in his day, and he played a big part in it because he was a leader of the Guignolée. This Dr. Ream, who's 98 years old, he's a good friend of mine, he told me this story. He said that my great-grandpa Francois was the man of the hour. He was the most important man in town on New Year's Eve. On this eve of the new year, some of the members of the Guignolée would decorate a closed carriage with lights on each side, pulled by 2 white horses, and they'd pick him up at his house and take him down to the Armory Hall, which is on Washington Street here, and with the rest of the Guignolée crowd waited. Then they made all the rounds to their stops, including the priest's house and the convent and the county farm, the saloons, and many private homes. Well, they were invited to the farm and hung out back at the Armory Hall where their wives and girlfriends were waiting, and that's where they danced and partied until midnight. At midnight then, the group went up to the old Catholic Bridge School basement and had a banquet, finest foods, oysters, was all kinds of the best foods. So that was it was formal. This is where they painted their face black and dressed in inside-out clothing or used corn shucks or other natural materials. That was the medieval period. The more formal clothing kind of represents more of the role reversal of dressing up, to like the wealthy of the city. That was more of the urban type celebration. And here I blew up the photo. It's not as clear as it could be, but here you can really see the blackface here and here. Now, it's not, and this is the pretty richer one. It's not very clear, but you can see that they painted their okay. Okay, when I began interviewing the members of the Guillotineurs, whether it was in Prairie du Rocher or here in St. Genevieve, the Guillotineurs served as a starting point to talk about the family heritage, the history of the town, who was French or German, different foods that were eaten or still eaten today. The Guillotineurs was a memory bank of stories for the participants. Not only did it bring up discussions of heritage of places, Participants talked about other festivals or celebrations that provided the same community connections and reinforcement of their communal ties, such as the Jour de Fête in St. Genevieve, or they rendezvous at Fort de Chartres, as well as the King's Ball St. Genevieve and the 12th Night Ball in Prairie du Rocher. And these are just some photos of these events. These festivals and celebrations are like a language in and of themselves. They communicate values, memories, culture, heritage, among other qualities through a habitual performance in a social context. These habitual performances become what Paul Connerton calls social habit memory, and as such, habitual performances of La Guiane transform the history from the abstract of the collective memory, which then becomes realized in the contemporary reality of the participants and spectators of the community. The community no longer belongs to the present, but a revived version of the past, influenced by the contemporary performers. The performers embody the qualities of their ancestors to renew the ties in the community, as well as to strengthen and negotiate the French heritage and contemporary American identity. The American identity is subdued in order to substantiate the French qualities of solidarity and community ties. Okay, not only does the Guiane invert time and space to allow the cultural expression of the French identity to occur, the Guiane serves as a way to elevate the social levels of the performers. It recreates the community into a different social order, one that is determined by the members of the community themselves, rather than the criteria used in popular society like economic and educational levels. Victor Turner refers to this recreation as communitas, where membership is not determined by economics, education, or politics, but based on criteria from within the community. And from what I experienced, the spectators at each place viewed the Guiane members as special people in the society. They were kind of the stars of the evening for the community. And this redefinition of the community through the Guiane reaffirms the relationships among the Guiane members and the spectators. But the members themselves, the members of the Guiane, are not the only ones who become part of the sacred group. When the participants interact with the spectators after the performance, the spectators then become part of this sacred group because they share the food and drinks with the Guiane members. This membership also celebrates the family ties and offers the spectators the possibility of joining the Guiane. Bill and Eloise Wigard have a granddaughter, Sarah Wigard, who plays the violin for the Guiane Prairie du Rocher. And one of the reasons why they go is so that they can go and see her play every New Year's Eve. And Mike Papins, he says too that the younger guys, for him, it's gotten to be more and more like a challenge to learn it. They actually practice and they come to me throughout the year just sit and drinking at a bar. They always want to sing it. We'll start singing it here and there, but that's the most I can remember singing it. Before it was like show up New Year's and struggle through it, but now everybody's kind of, it's got to be what's this one verse and what's this, and I have to sing it up to that one verse to remember that. So these impromptu competitions throughout the year constantly renew the relationships and constantly keep the memory of the Guiane going. Okay. So these are the Guiane costumes as currently. The style of the costumes, according to Marge Wilhoff, who helped to make St. Genevieve's costumes, was chosen with respect to the events that influenced the people of St. Genevieve in the 18th and early 19th century, and how best to represent what was going on in their lives at the time. She states that the church is central to most people's lives, so I chose a priest costume. Native Americans were a visible presence, thus a deerskin shirt with cone and V decoration, and leather breeches came to mind. The China trade was important, so a potentate came to mind. Mountain men is depicted in the fur trade, and so on. So you have the soldiers. Although this is more, I think this one was one of the British ones. Then you have there's three like kind of Arab looking costumes, which they attribute to this one that they attribute to the Magi for Christmas. And then you have, of course, the different voyageurs or fur trappers, the Native Americans, different representations at the time. In 2006, the group added a king for this year because they had an embroidered robe and crown, and he's right here. In addition, the person who wore this embroidered robe was a new member that the group decided to name king. This member was apparently not real happy with this choice. But Mike Papen said it was kind of a joke. It was sort of like an initiation, which is actually, without even knowing it, that actually goes back to the medieval representation that, you know, the jester played the king and the king was looking like a fool for the Mardi Gras. So that actually is, without even knowing it, they did that. And Pete finished by saying that this, you know, there's a, you know, they crown a king and queen at the St. Genevieve King's Ball, but in this case, this was a joke. It was not anything that he wanted to be proud of. Okay, so the colonial disguise of Prairie du Rocher is also reminiscent of this period, but in a different way. The members transfer themselves into the colonial community who visits other members. Most of the players were disguised in everyday clothing, echoing the colonial epic. They didn't have any specific type of person they were representing. It was just a general colonial period time frame that they wanted to represent. So they didn't have any like stereotype of a particular person or like I guess status in the society at that time. When I asked the reason for the use of the colonial disguise in the Guiana for Prairie du Rocher, one of the members, Dave Dwyer, explains that some of them at the fort dress in military. He said, but for myself, I try to dress what they call a voyageur, somebody that just travels the countryside, but no particular style. Supposedly, they wore open shirts and breeches. Mainly, I just try to follow what they would look like. Okay, and so in the beginning of the 20th century, the players disguised themselves in formal clothing, cowboys, Native Americans, soldiers, and actually representations of the community in different time periods. Only the strawman disguise found in photos from St. Genevieve in 1912 and of Percy Clare in the 1950s or 60s echo the Middle Ages. And here, this right here is made out entirely of corn shucks. And from Margaret Brown's book that, with an interview with him, he was told by his grandmother that that was a tradition in France, and which, based off of research I've read with Daniel Fabre and other researchers who do carnival, that the straw man, especially like with the mummers and with the mikadam, that is pretty typical for the middle period. And here, this one, you could consider, some people might call it a Native American, but I would consider that the contemporary payas or straw man, because he has like a, I don't know if that's the picture's kind of cut off, so I'm not sure if that's a mask that he's got lifted up, or if that's a conical point hat, like the conical hat from the medieval period. But that's more reminiscent of the straw man or the payas, and this is also of that same period, same time. The St. Genevieve straw man probably evolved into the clown character, which you see here in the background, that Pete Papen remembers as seeing during his childhood and that he would like to add again to the assortment of disguises. And in 2008, characters like Santa Claus were added again, and I think there's a couple other not new costumes, but old characters that returned because they had so many people that had to get more costumes. And based on, like, if you look at this as all what's left over after the harvest is done, so it's basically all that's what's left that is dead. And when the person puts on the costume and they dance around, it's as if the earth, what is dead, the harvest, is being reanimated, because during this time period, there's nothing growing, it's dead. You know, so it's as if it's like a temporary revitalization of the earth. Okay, so these are the routes that I went, when I went with the Guiana. So I went with them, these are the routes, this is where we went, in St. Genevieve in 2006, and this was Prairie du Rocher in 2007. And on the St. Genevieve route, you have some places that are not businesses, like the Parkwood Meadows, the St. Genevieve Care Center, the high school gym, or, you know, there's social clubs like the Elks Lodge or the VFW Club or the Eagles Club Room or the Knights of Columbus. the Guinea performs there to integrate the members who are not in the habit of going to the Old Brick, the Anvil, or the bars like Ruth's or Rams or the Oris. So they go to those places to include those who are not there. And for some of the Guianers, this celebration is the possibility of seeing all of their friends and their family at the same night, instead of choosing a single place or event where some may be missing from the group. Going to each place, particularly to the retirement centers, and the school reaffirms the definition of community created by the people of St. Genevieve. In fact, Pete Papin explains that the retirement centers are really important for the older generation of the community. We go to the retirement centers and nursing homes because they are the ones who understand it and its meaning. They deserve to hear it until they die. Like in St. Genevieve and Prairie du Rocher, the bus allows the Guianers to include the surrounding areas of the city and to see the members who live outside the village. In fact, in 2008, the Guinea traveled to a private house in Ruma and to a retirement center because Dan Franklin's father wanted to see the Guinea. We went to the R&R Country Living in Ruma, Illinois. My dad, who is 88 years old and has gone with the Guinea for many years, is living there. And Phyllis Reinhold, who owns and operates the facility with her husband Mike, asked that we perform there. The residents appreciated it immensely, and of course, Dad was very proud. The places of visit strengthen the necessary ties for solidarity of the community. The Guinea redefines a neighborhood in vernacular terms that are determined by the community itself. So by going to these places, these are the places that they choose to go to or that they are invited to. This redefines their community as their own, and these are the places that they consider theirs. When they share their food among themselves and they recreate themselves and redefine the notion, of community. The official demarcation is temporarily erased for the night, and family ties and friendship have more importance. These relationships and social structure become visible through the performance of the Guinea and the social interactions after the performance. Each place, public or private, becomes then a sacred seat because they take back their community from the American criteria, typically dividing society into levels of economic or educational status, which sets in motion the possibilities of reproducing the community, the notion of solidarity and identity of their heritage. In 2006, now when we went to the Oris, this is what, there was that, I think it was Art's son who was playing in a band. He had to leave the Guinea early because his band was playing at the Oris. And apparently it's a heavy metal band. So when we entered the Oris, the music stopped, and in walks all these colonial dressed people. And Art turns around to me and he says, "Now this is what you call culture clash." So, everything got, the Guinea members come in, everybody's like, the music stopped, the Guinea members come in, and everyone's cheering. And so, even heavy metal music could not render the Guianeur silent. And Guianeur is a word I found in Ward Dorrance's dictionary of terms to describe the people who actually go with the Guinea. So heavy metal music can't stop the Guinea. Okay, now what all of you probably are waiting on is like, what are the words? What do they mean? So this is the song, and this is my transcription from the CD that I listened to it and I did my own transcription because I thought that would have been best instead of taking what other people's renderings were. That way I could be responsible for any faults in spelling or words or errors. So if we take the medieval interpretation of the payas and what the Guinea really stands for is that solidarity and bringing the community together in times when it's dark and bleak and when there's no crops and you have to depend on each other to survive the long winter months. The first stanza, Bonsoir le maître et la maîtresse et tout le monde du logis, they're greeting the people that they're singing to. And so the next line, pour le dernier jour de l'année, la Guinée vous nous devez. Well, the Guinée, if we take Franche Postic and Donation Laurence derivation of the word, or position on the word, that it's aiguinane, which means wheat germ, which is very applicable to this period, this area of the United States. They're saying, you owe us the wheat, the wheat, the seeds. They're talking about the wheat drum or the seeds, the grains. They're asking for the community to share grains for the planting season the next year. And they're just saying here, you owe us the guinea. If you have nothing to give us, just let us know. And the second stanza, this is in En vue de mon cinéma, une échinée. An échinée is, is the part of the pig that will, that they nourish the community, that they're going to make a fricassee that's 80 feet long. They want an échinée that's an 80 feet, or they're going to make a fricassee that's 80 feet long. So, this exaggeration says that it's going to nourish the community. So this is another way that they're trying to nourish the community. They're asking for food in the winter months, and of course it's the pig, because they did a lot of butchery, butcherings, and in the winter months to help provide food for the community. Down here, this next stanza, the third stanza, En vue de mon serment, la fille est née. Well, this part of the season was also the time when people would get together and they would have relationships, and they would announce these engagements in the spring after Mardi Gras around Easter time. So the third stanza asks for the eldest daughter, and it symbolizes an invitation to the king's ball. Because in Daniel Fabre explains that this celebration at night, the Guiane itself, is a nocturnal exploration of untamed margins and of the territory of the dead. There is also the seizure of possession of power to reproduce oneself. Each one of the young actors of the carnival explores intensely more or less these three limits. So they go all out for this festival, getting rid of all of their horrible qualities. By there, they metamorphose, become groomed, well-mannered, and marriageable boys, because these experiences always lead to refined courtesy. So, in a sense, it's a way for them to get rid of all of their horrible boyish qualities to become refined young men that they will dance with the eldest daughter at the king's ball. So that's a way, an invitation to it. And this stanza, moi, begins with Quand nous fûmes au milieu de bois, nous fûmes à l'ombre, j'ai entendu le cuckoo chanter la colombe, rosignoler du vert bocage, la balsade des amoureux. Oh, mais va-t-on dire à ma maîtresse qu'elle a toujours le cœur joyeux, qu'elle a toujours le cœur joyeux, plein de tristesse? Okay, those stanzas all seem to talk about love and the birds and voyage, and it could be two different reasons. One could be that the voyager long love, pining for their love far away, or it could be that it's the winter time and it's gone into talking about the winter and love going into darkness, and the birds bringing out that love and bringing the life of nature, because the birds come back when spring comes and when they have the seeds. So it could mean two different things. It kind of seems that those stanzas are from a different song because they don't quite fit in with the first three. So we're kind of unsure where that came through. We're thinking that it was a lot longer and there's just some parts that got cut out. And also, toutes les fillettes qui n'ont pas d'amant comme le visiter, ça c'est le mort qui la réveille, qui l'empêche de dormir. They're saying, how can all the girls live without love? It's it's love that wakes them up and gives and lets them sleep. So and then they repeat the greeting, and then this is yes.
Why do they use maître and maîtresse rather than dame and monsieur? Is that typically the same masters?
That's just how the song was sung. I'm not sure if that's something that transferred over, or that's just old language. That's something I haven't looked into the fine details of those things, but I think it refers to the people, the heads of household. This last stanza here, that nous supplions la compagnie de vouloir nous excuser. If we look at this stanza, si nous avons fait quelque folie, c'était pour les ennuyer. Okay, so, okay. This last stanza, and in the winter, and I'm sure everybody has gotten this where, you know, it's especially cold outside or we've had a lot of snow, you get cabin fever. You don't want to stay inside, you want to go outside, but it's just too cold, you don't want to deal with it. Well, that's what they're talking about here, is that, you know, they're going out, they're making this ruckus to get rid of that cabin fever and to avoid being bored and creating that winter psychosis that some people could get. And then, so they're apologizing for, they're saying, please excuse us. We're just trying to not be bored. We're trying to amuse ourselves. But it's also an invitation to the other members of the community to come out of their house and go to the King's Ball and to have the party. So this kind of, the DNA served several functions. It was a way to entertain. It was a way to bring people together. And it's a way to invite people to come out of their house and to help each other and to survive the winter months. And finally, also in the solo part, the group repeats the last verse, which got cut off somehow. Pour le dernier jour de l'année, la Guyanais, vous nous devez. It's supposed to be after, it got cut off. It's supposed to be after Bonsoir la Maîtresse, mais c'est une montage. To remind the community that they need to share their grains among each other, amongst themselves, so that they can replant for the next harvest. So, and basically, this song belongs to a category of begging quest songs that are called Quête de Quémandé. Other variants are found in Mardi Gras in Louisiana, La Chandeleur and La Mi-Carême in Canada, certainly in Quebec. Daniel Barr, who's a French woman, visited St. Genevieve a while back and sent Art Apin a copy of the Guignolet, or the Guyanais, sung in her neighborhood in France. And in fact, in Mardi Gras, in Basile and Iota, their last verse, they sing this. En vue de mon serment la fille est née, lui faire bon cher, lui faire chauffer les pieds. They sing that in the Mardi Gras in Louisiana, in Basile and Iota. Okay, so, let's see. Okay, and so after having sung before the public, the members of the Guyanais received free drinks and food. Some types of the drinks and food included alcoholic drinks, apple cider, non-alcoholic, summer sausage, Christmas cookies, la madeleine, chicken bouillon, soup, rabbit, and fried catfish, among others. So, yeah, the ones that these are all pretty indicative. Well, the cheese and the Christmas cookies we find elsewhere, as well as the wine and the coffee. But hot apple cider, the summer sausage, the chicken bouillon, and la madeleine are pretty indicative of this region as far as foods go. Because I can't get summer sausage in Louisiana, and I really want it. They don't eat a lot of chicken bouillon down there either. Bouillon is pretty much up here, more or less. They have gumbo, it's just their soup. In St. Genevieve, when we went to the Elks Lodge and the Eagles, there was a prepared meal. They had fried catfish, which was great because it was the first time I had eaten like properly prepared fried catfish in years. They don't know how to, you know, Louisiana is wonderful for a lot of things, but their fried catfish is totally different. In the middle of the voyage with the St. Genevieve Guyanais, they stop around 9 o'clock, go back to the American Legion, and have a bouillon. And Ray Brasser took this photo. This is, the bouillon is prepared by the women of the Guyanais. You have the bouillon with the chicken, like breasts and thighs, like the meat, and then you have the bouillon part with chicken feet. So you can have both if you'd like. But this is a picture he took of the bouillon with the chicken feet. I don't have the one of just the bouillon, you know, but, okay, and in Prairie du Rocher, each place had prepared drinks and cookies or summer sausages and drinks and small meals. So this is in Prairie du Rocher, so that's one of the places. And this is at the fort, and here's some, these are La Madeleine here, which were wonderful. And there's just more of the summer sausage and cheese. On the one hand, the offering of food symbolizes providing food and nourishment to the whole community, including the poor. And on the other hand, this part of the celebration of the Guiana is an invitation to the players of the Guiana to integrate themselves among other members of the community. The players have the opportunity to relax and to spend time with their friends and family. This invitation to eat or drink with the spectators creates a situation where the spectators become the initiates in the ritual of the Guiana, since the players eat and drink what the spectators prepare for them. So then the roles become reversed. The Guiana is no longer entertaining the people are entertaining the Guiana. So in essence, the food is kind of like payment for the theater you just saw. And I'm going to leave you with one final thought. This is in St. Genevieve after they sung. This is one of the socialization pictures. This is Erin. She's the youngest leader. If she goes along, she's Mike's niece, I believe. She goes along. She's the only girl too in St. Genevieve. She's the only female one in the St. Genevieve Guiana, and she loves performing it. So, and she was 11, I think, in this picture. So she's got to be about 14 or 15 now. Okay, when I saw the first performance of the Guiana at their starting point, the American Legion Hall, it was like watching an animated historical text for the region. It reminded me of the history from Missouri and Illinois, the stories of the fur trappers and Native Americans that I learned about in school. But as I toured the city with the Guiana for the evening, getting on and off the bus, I realized that the celebration was more than just projecting the region's history through disguises. It was about celebrating with friends and family by using a tradition that had linked the community members to each other in the past, helping them survive times when the community and culture suffered from persecution, when the French identity was, and in some ways still is, not a welcome identity. One of my final questions I asked both the Prairie du Rocher and St. Genevieve groups was if the Guiana were to be sung in English, what significance would it have for you? Almost unanimously, the answers rolled in as, it would have no meaning. I wouldn't participate in it, or it wouldn't be fun anymore because then people would know what we were saying. That was my favorite. Carla Clough, whose husband goes with the Prairie du Rocher group, captures the essence of what the Guiana means to the people who perform it or observe it when she wrote to me and said, in regard to your last question, no, I don't believe that La Guiana would survive if sung in English. The lyrics are really rather silly and more than slightly suggestive. Certainly not politically correct. And who sings of a backbone of pork and a fricassee followed by a cuckoo, dove, and a nightingale? No, La Guiana is more than a song. Its charm lies not in the actual words, but in the memories and shared history it evokes. Of essence is the continuing perpetuation of a common heritage. Think about it. Cahokia had 8 to 10 rehearsals meetings each year, but the song was sung only once or twice. What happened all those other times? Well, there was laughter, always laughter, good food, a little wine, and stories. Lots of stories. That endures, and that is La Guiana. So that she pretty much said it all.
Thank you, Laurie. This problem of how you spell the Guiana is not new. If you look back in our newspapers in the 1880s, the editor of the Fair Play and the editor of the Herald got into editorial fisticuffs about how to spell La Guiana. And it always wasn't, one other thing, at sometimes in St. Geneviève's history, we've had female La Guiana groups. And it always wasn't quite as romantic as Laurie had it. In 1855, the town council passed an ordinance to ban the Guiana. Evidently, the drinking had gotten out of hand. And no other than John Scott defended the GNA group and succeeded in getting it reintroduced. We're going to have lunch now. If you go down this way, you can pick up, we have a box lunch, and then there's drinks on this side. And then we're going to start again at, I believe, 1:30 with the next speech. They haven't been recording. Let's get started again. Our next speaker is Dr. Patrick Huber. Pat is a St. Genevieve native. He has a BA and MA in history from the University of Missouri in Columbia, and a PhD in history from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Pat is currently an associate professor of history at Missouri University of Science and Technology, formerly University of Missouri at Rolla, formerly Missouri School of Mines and Technology, where he has received numerous excellence in teaching and faculty excellence awards. He authored a book called Linthead Stomp, The Creation of Country Music in the Piedmont South, and co-authored The 1920s, American Popular Culture Through History. He's authored numerous articles and essays, such as The Lynching of James T. Scott, Racial Violence in a Midwestern College Town, Mill Mother's Lament, Ella Mae Wiggins and the Gastonia Textile Strike of 1929, The Riddle of the Horny Hillbilly, Rednecks and Red Bandanas, Appalachian Coal Miners and the Coloring of Union Identity, 1912 to 1936. And lastly, Nathaniel Bruce, Black Education in the Tuskegee of the Midwest. Dr. Huber is a member of the State Historical Society of Missouri Speakers Bureau, and he offers a presentation entitled Butchering Up the English Language a Little Bit, Dizzy Dean, Baseball Broadcasting, and the School Marms Uprising of 1946. I highly recommend if you ever get the chance to listen to that. You might notice Pat likes to put a little humor in it. He's a recipient of the 2009 Belmont Book Award for the Best Book on Country Music, and was a past recipient of the Robert D.W. Conner Award for Best Article by the Historical Society of North Carolina, and had previously been named a Lorenzo J. Green Scholar by the Association for the Study of Afro-American Life and History. Please welcome Dr. Pat Huber, who will present the St. Genevieve Race Riot of 1930.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. You did your homework. I'd also like to thank the Foundation for Restoration, as well as all of the people behind the scenes who worked tirelessly to put this event together and make it so successful today. I am honored to be back here in my hometown, and I'd also like to extend my thanks to you all for sticking around, even though we're now entering the 20th century. That's all I'm saying. Early on the morning of Sunday, October 12, 1930, federal prohibition agents fished 2 shooting victims out of the Mississippi River near Little Rock, a boat landing 2 miles north of St. Genevieve, Missouri. One of the white men, later identified as a 40-year-old limekiln worker by the name of Harry Panshaw, was shot in the chest and was already dead. But his companion, Paul Ritter, 38, also a limekiln worker, was paralyzed and in shock, but still alive. 2 black men had shot him, Ritter told the agents. They held him up. An ambulance rushed Ritter 60 miles north to St. Anthony's Hospital in South St. Louis, but he died 2 days later on October 14th after undergoing surgery. The murders of Harry Panshaw and Paul Ritter sparked the St. Genevieve Race Riot, as it was called in contemporary newspaper accounts. Did you not see that slide yet? Sorry. there's a postcard of Little Rock with an article from the St. Genevieve Fair Play, and there's the one I wanted. The murders of Harry Panshaw and Paul Ritter sparked the St. Genevieve race riot, as it was called in contemporary newspaper accounts, a bloodless 4-day racial disturbance in mid-October of 1930, during which time white mobs drove nearly all black residents from the town, including a dozen or so families whose ancestors had lived here for more than a century. The mob's actions irrevocably changed the racial composition of the town and almost completely destroyed its long-standing African-American community. In many respects, the St. Genevieve race riot represents a classic example of the racial strife that rocked many cities and small towns across the Midwest and the South during the age of Jim Crow. St. Genevieve, of course, was not the only Missouri community to experience a race riot and a subsequent mass black exodus in the early decades of the 20th century. Among the more infamous incidents, mobs in Pierce City in 1901, in Joplin in 1903, and in Springfield in 1906, all staged lynchings that escalated into race riots that resulted in blacks fleeing from these Missouri cities. Compared to these episodes, however, the St. Genevieve race riot is unique because it was characterized not so much by a frenzy of mob killing and property destruction, but rather by organized acts of mob intimidation and threatened violence. Except for the double murder that triggered the racial disorder, no bloodshed or property destruction actually occurred during the incident, which might be more accurately described as a near riot or an averted riot. But white mobs in St. Genevieve succeeded in terrorizing black families until they left town, thereby decimating the town's African-American population and reinforcing the community's traditional racial hierarchy. In the end, white mobs achieved the same desired outcomes here as mobs elsewhere in Missouri did that staged far bloodier, full-scale race riots. Arguably, the St. Genevieve race riot of 1930 marks the defining moment of the town's 20th century history. Yet the incident remains shrouded in historical obscurity and collective public silence. Not surprisingly, the story of what one resident called the secret sin of St. Genevieve has been suppressed in many local histories of this old historic town. And the first historical account of the riot, a brief 2-page essay, did not appear until 1999 in the coffee table photograph book, St. Genevieve, A Leisurely Stroll Through History, published almost 70 years after the incident. Since then, articles about the riot have appeared in both the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Cape Girardeau Southeastern Missourian, and the Encyclopedia of American Race Riots, published by Greenwood Press in 2006. Still, the race riot is virtually unknown today to entire generations of St. Genevieve residents, and those residents who are old enough to remember the incident seldom discuss it publicly. But the riot certainly has not been forgotten. I was born and raised in St. Genevieve, but during the 18 years I spent growing up here, I never once heard about the riot. It was not until I was a junior in college at the University of Missouri at Columbia that I first learned about the riot from a Catholic priest, Father John Boulderson, who, once stationed here in St. Genevieve, had taught me religion at Valley High School. He had heard about the incident, he told me, from an older priest with whom he had served here in town. At the time, I was a history major at the university, and discovering that a race riot occurred in my hometown in 1930 stunned me. How could I not have known about this incident? But the story also intrigued me, and eventually I became interested in trying to piece together a full narrative of the St. Genevieve race riot, and I credit my fascination with the riot largely for my decision to become a history teacher. I am now at work on a book about the riot, and what follows is an account of the riot and its aftermath that I've been able to reconstruct so far. In 1930, on the eve of the riot, St. Genevieve was a lime and agricultural center with a population of 2,658 residents, the overwhelming majority of whom were white and Roman Catholic. Many of the town's adult male citizen residents worked for one of the 4 lime mining companies in the area, one of several stone quarries located outside of town, or for the Missouri-Illinois Railroad, which maintained a roundhouse and a shop just north of town near Little Rock. Approximately 160 African American residents also lived in the town, with an almost equal number scattered throughout the county. Within the town of St. Genevieve, race relations were complicated by the fact that at the time, 2 distinct black communities actually existed in the town. One group consisted of approximately 70 long-time residents, including such families as the Rabeaus, the Brooks, the Chappelles, the Lajoies, the Jacobs, the Lewises, the Whites, the Macks, the Basils, the Madisons, and the Randalls. Many of them were descended from St. Genevieve County slaves or free people of color, and some of them were of mixed French and African heritage. The Rabeau family, for example, had owned a farm just south of town since 1840. Here's an image of the house from 1936. Today it's better known as the Beckett-Rabeau House along St. Mary's Road. The Rabeau family also spoke English and Creole French fluently, and they were active members of the St. Genevieve Catholic Church. The other group of black residents consisted of about 90 southern migrants, chiefly from Mississippi, Tennessee, and Arkansas, who had been imported here during the mid-1920s to work in the local lime mines and rock quarries. Most of the newcomers were Protestant, owned little or no property, and lived in a shanty town near the Frisco Depot or in labor camps on the outskirts of St. Genevieve. Apparently the 2 black communities, one a long-established native group, the other a recently arrived southern migrant group, seldom interacted socially. Before the mid-1920s, as I mentioned, only the native African American community existed in St. Genevieve. Racial tensions escalated when black migrant workers, many of whom were recruited by the local lime companies and stone quarries, settled in St. Genevieve or in labor camps on the outskirts of town. Many white townspeople came to regard the shacks as the migrant camp located east of Main Street near the Frisco Depot came to be called. Many local white residents came to regard the shacks as a dangerous vice district. Apparently, rougher working class men, both white and black, met there to gamble, drink, and carouse together. As one local citizen complained shortly after the riot, St. Genevieve officials, quote, pay no attention to the hoodlum element and make no public objection to the intermingling of the lower elements of the 2 races. Drinking, gambling, and other forms of vice are not denounced as long as they remain in the background. In 1929, the year before the riot, 2 black migrants who worked at the Peerless Lime Works shot and killed one another near the shacks during an argument over a woman. Such gunplay and violence, combined with a recent string of burglaries and petty crimes attributed to, and in some cases actually perpetrated by the migrants, disturbed many white St. Genevieve citizens and probably many long-time black residents as well. Although most of the migrants kept to themselves and caused no trouble, they came to be seen as a whole as a menace to the community. Moreover, the devastating long-term effects of the Great Depression were already hitting St. Genevieve County, and as banks foreclosed on farms and the Depression deepened in the area, labor competition for decent industrial jobs further soured race relations in the town. On the eve of the race riot then, suspicion, resentment, and competition between some segments of the white and black communities here created a tense undercurrent in the daily race relations of the town. The trouble that sparked the 4-day St. Genevieve race riot began on Saturday night, October 11, when 2 white limekiln workers named Harry Penshaw and Paul Ritter attended a black dance at the Shacks east of Main Street. At around 12:50, as the dance broke up, 3 black migrants, a 31-year-old quarry worker by the name of Lonnie Taylor, who was originally from Tennessee, a 23-year-old Mississippi native and a co-worker of Taylor's by the name of Columbus Jennings, and a 27-year-old woman by the name of Vera Rogers, whom the St. Genevieve Herald later described as, quote, an underworld character from nearby Crystal City. Whatever that means. These 3 migrants offered Penshaw and Ritter $1.50 to drive them to a craps game up at Little Rock, 2 miles north of town. According to Ritter, when they arrived at the landing, the 2 black men drew .38 caliber revolvers, ordered them out of the automobile, and then robbed them of $45 in cash and a pocket watch. Then, allegedly without provocation, Taylor shot Penshaw in the chest at point-blank range, killing him instantly, and then fired once at Ritter, wounding him in the abdomen. The bullet lodged in Ritter's spine, paralyzing him below the waist. Taylor and Jennings then dragged the 2 white men to the edge of the riverbank and dumped them into the Mississippi River. The frigid water revived the unconscious Ritter, and after realizing he was still alive, Taylor and Jennings began to hurl large rocks at Ritter, one of which struck him, fracturing his skull, and he again lost consciousness. Some 30 minutes later, federal prohibition agents who were guarding a confiscated bootlegger's motorboat cruiser nearby heard Ritter's cries for help and rescued him, and then fished Penshaw's body out of the river. Ritter was rushed by ambulance to St. Anthony's Hospital in South St. Louis, where he was listed in critical condition. The St. Genevieve Herald would later describe the incident in its sensational headline of its front page story, Harry Penshaw and Paul Ritter lured into death trap and then murdered. Within hours of the shooting, St. Genevieve County Sheriff Louis Ziegler and his deputies launched an intensive manhunt for the murderers. They soon arrested Taylor, Jennings, and Rogers, whom several witnesses had seen leaving the dance in Ritter's Chevy sedan, and they took them to the St. Genevieve County Courthouse for questioning. Meanwhile, news of the shooting spread throughout St. Genevieve and the surrounding countryside. As Sunday Mass let out at the St. Genevieve Catholic Church, crowds of people assembled across the street at the courthouse to await reports of the ongoing investigation. By noon, fueled by the news that 3 suspects were in custody, a crowd of more than 500 people had gathered outside the courthouse. Meanwhile, inside of the courthouse, after more than 4 hours of intensive questioning, Columbus Jennings and Vera Rogers confessed to being at Little Rock the previous night, but they denied taking part in the shootings. Both suspects accused Lonnie Taylor of being the actual trigger man. Confronted with his accomplices' signed statements, Taylor confessed to shooting the 2 white men, but he claimed that he had done so in self-defense. He had shot them, he told authorities, during a fight that broke out after Ritter had insulted Vera Rogers by offering her 50 cents to have sex with him. "Don't you want to do some business with me tonight?" Ritter had reportedly asked her. What actually transpired before the shootings will probably forever remain a mystery. But after wringing confessions from the 3 prisoners, Sheriff Ziegler and 2 of his deputies whisked them away as a precautionary measure to the Jefferson County Jail in Hillsborough, North Carolina, or Hillsborough, pardon me, Missouri. Sorry, back in Hillsborough, Missouri, located 40 miles to the northwest. Sheriff Ziegler had done so because he feared that the angry mob gathered outside on the courthouse square might mutate into a lynch mob. That night, with Sheriff Ziegler away in Hillsborough, armed bands of white men in automobiles visited the black districts in St. Genevieve and on the outskirts of town, and ordered black residents to leave the area by 5 p.m. the next day or face serious reprisals. The vigilantes made no distinction between longtime residents and recent migrants. All African Americans, regardless of family background or social status, were banished from St. Genevieve. The St. Louis Argus, an African American weekly, would later report, quote, "The peaceful staid old town of St. Genevieve, where Negro and white citizens have lived side by side in harmony during its century or more of existence, has suddenly been transformed into a seething cauldron of race hatred." On Monday morning, October 13th, the mass exodus began, and throughout the day, more than 200 black residents fled the town and the surrounding labor camps, traveling, as the St. Genevieve Herald later described the scene, afoot, by auto, and on trains. Many of the refugees went to St. Louis, to Crystal City, and to Poplar Bluff, while others fled to the nearby St. Genevieve County towns of St. Mary and Kaufman. By Monday night, the Herald reported, quote, "Practically all of the Negroes who had been imported from the South to work at the lime kilns and at the different stone quarries had disappeared. Quite a number of our local Negro citizens who, let it be said to their credit, refused to mingle with those brought in here, also departed to remain away until the trouble subsided." Meanwhile, the Commission for Interracial Cooperation, an Atlanta civil rights organization, wired a telegram to Missouri Governor Henry S. Caulfield requesting him to take the necessary steps to prevent any outbreak of racial violence in St. Genevieve. At about the same time, Sheriff Ziegler, also fearing possible mob violence, telephoned the governor requesting the assistance of the National Guard in maintaining order during the mass exodus. Acting on these requests, Governor Caulfield dispatched companies M and H of the 140th Infantry from the nearby towns of DeSoto and Festus to restore order in St. Genevieve and prevent any further disturbances. Approximately 90 National Guardsmen, under the command of the state's highest-ranking military officer, Adjutant General Andrew B. Adams, arrived in St. Genevieve on Monday evening, and Adjutant General Adams placed the town under martial law. The troops then set up machine guns around the courthouse and on the roof of the City Hotel, which today is St. Genevieve Hotel, and they patrolled the streets of the town. By nightfall, only 3 black families remained in St. Genevieve, at least one of which sought protection in the parish rectory with Father Charles Van Torenhout, the pastor of the Catholic Church. That same night, the Jefferson County Sheriff quietly removed the 3 prisoners from the Hillsborough jail and took them to the St. Louis City Jail for safekeeping, due to a rumor that a lynch mob from St. Genevieve and Flat River planned to storm the jail in Hillsborough. Late in the afternoon the next day, Tuesday, October 14th, convinced that order had been restored, the National Guard troops withdrew from a quiet St. Genevieve. But when the second shooting victim, Paul Ritter, died at 1:15 p.m. in St. Louis, news of his death triggered renewed mob action in St. Genevieve. Around 10:30 that night, 3 carloads of armed white men carrying shotguns and rifles attempted to kidnap Louis Cap Rabot, a U.S. mail carrier and one of the few black residents who had defied the mob's orders to leave town, probably because of the demands of his job. After seizing Rabot, the mob huddled on the road down here in St. Mary's Road, on the road in front of his home to discuss what to do with him. An approaching car, whose driver panicked and thought that he was about to be hijacked, accidentally collided with one of the mob's parked cars and then plowed into the group, knocking down Rabot and several others. No one was seriously injured, but in the ensuing chaos, Rabot managed to flee into the woods. and find safe harbor with a nearby white family who hid them in their well for the remainder of the night. Notified of the attempted kidnapping, Sheriff Ziegler and several of his deputies arrested 6 white St. Genevieve men on charges of unlawful assembly. Their names in the public record were Russell Steckley, James Hurst, William Martin, J.A. Crowley, Herman Steiger, and Lewis Ryan. Rumors soon circulated, however, that a mob might actually attempt to spring the 6 men from the St. Genevieve County Jail. And fearing that he could not repel such an attack, and also concerned about further possible mob action against the remaining black families, Sheriff Ziegler telephoned Governor Caulfield to again request the assistance of the National Guard. Companies M and H, whose members had only hours before returned to their homes, again rushed to St. Genevieve. When the troops arrived at 3 o'clock the next morning, they mounted machine guns in front of the jail and on the porch of the Rabot home, and again they patrolled the streets of St. Genevieve. On Wednesday morning, October 15th, Cap Rabot boarded a train for St. Louis under armed guard of U.S. postal inspectors. According to one newspaper, he was in a, quote, highly nervous state from his traumatic encounter with the mob, and he was admitted for treatment to a St. Louis sanitarium. That afternoon, St. Genevieve civic leaders and National Guard officers held a mass meeting at the courthouse to discuss how best to both end the racial disorder and to curtail the unfavorable publicity the town had received as a result of it. Before a standing room-only crowd of 250 citizens, Father Charles Van Torenhout called upon every citizen to cooperate in combating the racial strife and violence that had recently racked the town. Quote, St. Genevieve has always boasted openly of its good name and its law-abiding citizens, the priest told the crowd. If this is true, it is now their duty to curb in every way possible the spirit of racial animosity that has been expressing itself during the last few days. That evening, the local post of the American Legion called an emergency meeting during which its members unanimously pledged to serve as sheriff's deputies in quelling any future mob outbreaks. The Legionnaires also adopted a resolution guaranteeing protection to what they called certain native property-owning blacks if they wished to return to their homes. Absolutely no other African Americans would be permitted to return to St. Genevieve, however. By the following day, Thursday, October 16th, the crisis in the community had subsided. And that afternoon, National Guard troops, whose 2 mobilizations here quite possibly prevented a full-blown race riot from erupting, they returned to their homes in Festus and in DeSoto. And their departure marked what the St. Genevieve Herald later called, quote, one of the most serious situations ever experienced in St. Genevieve. But the far-reaching aftershocks of the 4-day racial disturbance would reverberate for decades to come for St. Genevieve and its citizens. On October 15, 1930, after the afternoon mass meeting in the courthouse, the 6 men who had been arrested for attempting to kidnap Cap Rabot were tried in a St. Genevieve court and pled guilty. Each was fined $300 or sentenced to 6 months in jail, or both. But the judge stayed their sentences on a promise of good behavior for 1 year, and that evening the men were released and returned to their homes. 2 days later, however, U.S. postal inspectors rearrested the men, this time on federal warrants, charging the men with a conspiracy to prevent a federal employee from performing his duties, a crime punishable by a maximum sentence of 6 years in the penitentiary, a $5,000 fine, or both. In March 1931, all 6 men pled guilty in a U.S. District Court in St. Louis and were paroled. Meanwhile, Lonnie Taylor and Columbus Jennings were were tried for the first-degree murders of Harry Panshaw and Paul Ritter in the St. Francis County Courthouse in Farmington, Missouri, on a change of venue. Taylor pled not guilty at his February 1931 trial, but he was convicted and sentenced to death by hanging, actually sentenced to die 2 months later. His lawyers, however, subsequently appealed his case to the Missouri Supreme Court in July 1932, and in a unanimous decision, or in a unanimous ruling, the High Court overturned Taylor's conviction because of prosecutorial error and granted him a new trial. At his second trial, which was also held in Farmington in December of 1932, Taylor pled guilty this time to 2 counts of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to 2 life terms in the Missouri State Penitentiary in Jefferson City. Columbus Jennings, in an earlier separate trial in June of 1931, also pled guilty and received 2 life sentences. The case against their female companion, Vera Rogers, was dropped. Both Taylor and Jennings would be paroled in 1946 and in 1945, respectively, and what became of Taylor remains unknown, but Columbus Jennings eventually moved to Chicago, and he died there in June of 2000. The St. Genevieve race riot of 1930 received widespread coverage in newspapers across Missouri and the nation, including the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Chicago Daily Tribune, the Los Angeles Times, and the Washington Post. And the highly publicized episode did much to tarnish the reputation of the community as a small, peaceful, historic town. At least one St. Louis newspaper, for example, reported erroneously that a full-blown race war had erupted on the streets of St. Genevieve. But the most damaging blows to St. Genevieve's reputation came from Missouri's African-American newspapers. The St. Louis Argus, for instance, charged that members of St. Genevieve's Knights of Columbus had spearheaded the campaign to run black residents out of the town. The newspaper wrote, quote, "We regret very much this outburst of race hatred happening in what is known as a Catholic city and community," the Argus wrote in an editorial. "We had looked upon the Catholics as having something in common with the Negroes, in that the church was free not only of members of the Klan, but also of the Klan spirit. But the happenings in St. Genevieve during the past week have disabused our mind on that subject." Predictably, the St. Genevieve Herald defended the town and its citizens against what it called the Argus's slanderous attack. Even Father Van Turenhout attempted to deflect condemnation showered upon St. Genevieve and his Catholic parishioners. In a letter written to the St. Louis Argus, the priest claimed, and I think rather preposterously, that, quote, "There is absolutely no race hatred on the part of the people of St. Genevieve. The Catholic Church is the best friend of our colored brother, and nowhere will he be more safe and kindlier treated than here in St. Genevieve." In the weeks following the riot, Father Van Turenhout and other St. Genevieve civic leaders invited some 70 longtime black residents who had fled their home to return to the community if they wished. And eventually, almost all of them did return. But the mob succeeded in driving off all of the black southern migrants who had been imported by the local lime plants and stone quarries. The town's African-American population never again reached pre-riot levels. In fact, in the decades following the riot, St. Genevieve gained a reputation as a town hostile to African Americans. In 1940, the number of black residents living in the town of St. Genevieve had dwindled to only 45. By 1960, only 16 remained, and as late as 1990, the entire county, the entire St. Genevieve County, contained less than 50 black residents. Today, the city of St. Genevieve's African American population, which numbered 96 in the 2000 census, is beginning slowly to increase. Still, black residents comprise only 2% of the town's residents in a state where African Americans make up more than 11% of the overall population. I am only at the initial stages of studying the St. Genevieve race riot of 1930 and trying to place it within a larger context. But using oral history interviews, newspaper accounts, court transcripts, and other public documents, I hope eventually to be able to complete or to reconstruct a complete account of the St. Genevieve riot that will help me and other interested residents make sense of this event and its meaning for this town. I also hope that my study will help deepen and broaden our understanding of modern race riots. Small town race riots, such as the one that occurred in St. Genevieve in 1930, have long been overlooked in the study of American race riots. With few exceptions, historians of 20th century race riots have focused, understandably, on more dramatic and large-scale episodes in major metropolitan centers such as Atlanta, Chicago, Tulsa, Harlem, and Detroit. And as a result, historians know little about what appears to be the dozens of race riots that erupted in small towns and in rural areas throughout the Midwest and South during this particular period. Nor has much historical attention been paid to near riots or averted riots like the one in St. Genevieve. African American communities in small towns that experienced riots, they often never recovered. And this suggests one important way in which riots in small towns differed from those in big cities. Small town riots also apparently played an important role in the further urbanization of African Americans as black refugees fled the scenes of rural and small town riots for larger metropolitan centers like St. Louis and Chicago, which offered them relative safe harbor from white mobs and greater economic opportunities. And in the end, it just may be that small town riots, such as the one that occurred here in 1930, although overlooked and in some cases forgotten, these small town riots may have played a more significant role in shaping race relations in the Midwest and the South during the age of Jim Crow than historians have generally appreciated. Thank you very much for your attention.
I'm back. No, this time I have a distinct honor to introduce our next speaker, who is a local historian. And, I'd say, I'm going to defer from the text here for a moment. Some people come by history through vocation, like me, I guess. Some people come through it as application, like our next speaker, who was trained as a mechanical engineer. He has a BS in mechanical engineering and an MS in engineering administration from the University of Missouri at Rolla, now the Missouri School of Technology, Mississippi, Missouri School of Technology, and Science and Technology. I'm sorry, Bob. He's a frequent contributor to the St. Genevieve Herald and online Sun-Times newspaper here in town. He's a very busy man, and I live across the street from him, or I work across the street from him, and I know how much time Bob devotes to causes in St. Genevieve, and I think if anyone can keep track other than his lovely wife Linda, we would be absolutely amazed at the amount of volunteer time that Bob devotes to causes that help this community in ways that we will never begin to be able to count. I appreciate him very much. He's the president of the local foundation for restoration, chairman of the St. Genevieve County Archives Committee, He's a secretary for the St. Genevieve County Community Foundation, and he's also a member of the St. Genevieve Genealogy Club. He was the past board of directors member for the York County, Pennsylvania Archaeology and Industrial Museum, and he's also the past president of the Academy of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineers. And he serves on the industrial advisory boards for manufacturing engineering, mechanical and aerospace engineering at the university. It's astonishing. His talents are widespread. Bob has led the way in creating the Foundation's Speakers Bureau and has been a willing speaker at any number of events and occasions here in town. And I gotta say, he's one of the best and most dedicated researchers that I have met. He ferrets out information that I've been here for, I don't know, I can't say how many years, but ferrets out information that I never knew existed. He's a terrific guy, he's an excellent speaker, he's a good friend, and all-around super, super person. So, without any further ado, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Robert J. Mueller, who's going to talk about St. Genevieve Bicentennial.
Well, after Carl spoke this morning, I'm not sure if it's the bicentennial or the 235th, 236th, 234th. This whole thing about well, I guess what I'm going to talk about today a little bit is some of the historic comings together that we've had in our town over the years. The move from the old town to the new town was kind of a coming together that was brought on by some tragedy. The 1885 celebration was an extreme coming together. And when you look back at St. Genevieve, you think about the floods over all the years. Not only the 1785, the 1844 flood was 3 foot higher than the 1785. And obviously the flood of 1993 was a coming together that probably hadn't been seen in this town for many, many years. And then you can look back at some other comings together, like the community forming the association to do the academy, and some comings together like the race riots were not good and was really a terrible time in our history. But I wanted to kind of start back, not at the bicentennial, but I thought, well, what went on at the 150th? But I found out very quickly that they started planning the big celebration in June of 1885. And I found this article in the 1885 Herald, said this being the 100th anniversary of the settlement of St. Genevieve. They didn't start out calling it the 150th. It was the 100th. And they were going to have a big centennial commemoration up on Maxwell Hill. And then they got together, had all the citizens get en masse at the brick building on Merchant Street, and they were going to plan how they were going to do this centennial celebration. Then the mayor says that he called an informal meeting of the council. They decided that they're going to have this celebration later on when the cavalry was coming to town, so they could have some military parades and maneuvers. And so it was set for Tuesday, July 21st. I got to say, in looking at research on old newspapers, we celebrated the 4th of July in some truly marvelous fashions in the old days. You heard about the one from Jim in about 1807. Well, I mean, they used to fire a cannon off here every 4th of July. But I think they stole it someplace. I haven't found where they got it. They really got into the 4th of July's, but they decided to have this on July 21st. And they formed a planning committee, and you can't really read this, but they had, and here it's June, and they're going to have this on July 21st, and they had invitations and arrangements committee, speakers, decorations, receptions, finance, display, executive committee, and order of exercises. So these guys got to work pretty quickly, and that celebration was held on July 21st, 1885. One of the newspapers said they'd staked off lots suitable for the erection of booths for the sale of refreshments, bar rooms, restaurants, ice cream stands, and others. So they always had to have the bar rooms and saloons and their stuff. this was an interesting article, and because occasionally we in town get into arguments about things. I asked Gene after I read this, it says, "We hope that no spirit of contention will be allowed to rear its head in the council of the men to whom the management of this great festival was entrusted." And I thought, you know, a lot of times we kind of get contested on things. And I asked, well, how was the 1985 celebration? And she says, "Bernie ruled that with an iron fist. He brooked no deception." So I guess it was a little different, but they were worried about it even back in 1885. And the mayor, I think this was C.C. Rozier, gave an address that day, and again, he's talking about the 100th anniversary of the settlement of this town of St. Genevieve. And so he's really talking about the move to the new town, which happened not just in 1785, but as Carl said, over a period of years. But I think he does mention in here the 1735. He says the town was first settled about 3 miles below the spot in what was known as the Big Common Field of St. Genevieve in the year 1735. And that kind of got me wondering, where did this whole legend of 1735 start? Was it here? And what I've been able to find out so far, it was mentioned as early as 1849 in an article in St. Louis in a trade magazine. But I don't know who really started. You hear, if you want to read about when St. Genevieve was founded, read the first chapter of Colonial St. Genevieve. It's a great treatise on it. You'll hear things about the stone was 1732 and all of this. But still haven't tracked when you didn't see in all those old legends 1735. So when did that start? We still got to track that down. So the day of the celebration, the cavalry was here, so they did military maneuvers, and they brought in bands from St. John and Chester, and we had 1,500 people from St. Louis. It just amazes me how they brought people down to St. Genevieve from St. Louis and up from Chester in these excursion boats, and there'd be 1,000, 2,000 people come to town on a weekend. And the town's only 2,500 people big, and they handled it. General, got his name, Firm, I guess I shouldn't, I'm not as familiar with him, I shouldn't call him Firm, I guess it's really Firm. Well, Firm has really worked up to his history of St. Genevieve, which is probably one of the first histories written about the town. And then they like to do speeches back then, and they had a couple of guys from St. Louis, Commodore Lyndon Smith, who was, I think he's like the sub-mayor at the time, the mayor couldn't make it. And he must have been a teetotaler. Well, it was a hot day, and I got a little frustrated. Somebody yelled out to get him some milk. Then they had Colonel Ledgergerber came down, and he gave his talk in German. So kind of interesting. But the thing ended kind of in an unglorious manner. All of a sudden, a big storm came up. And there on Maxwell Hill, when the people from the boats got here, they landed at Little Rock, and they had to walk to Maxwell Hill, which is probably a mile. Well, this big rainstorm comes up. There were 5,000 people on the hill, and they said in a few minutes, all the ladies disappeared, but the men went under the tents and started drinking. I kept drinking. But the stands were kind of flimsy, but they got wet pretty quick. And says the great throng disappeared by magic. The wind blew and the water came down in torrents. The day was ushered in with such bright prospects, ended in a sea of mud, and many of best dressed and love of a hat was dragged into the mud, ruined by the rain. So that day really did not end very well. I don't know if this was published exactly then or just later that year, but this is Furman Rozier's History of St. Genevieve. And you can see that if you look right here, it's now called the 150th celebration. If you saw all the stuff in the newspaper, it was the 100th celebration. But when he writes it, it's now we're 150 years old. So that kind of takes us another time forward. And when I started thinking about the 1935 bicentennial, I thought to myself, when did this idea come up? You know, in the centennial celebration, it was June, and by July 21, it was over with. Well, actually, The bicentennial started about December 12, 1931, about 3.5 years before it happened. There was a little note in the paper, and this was under the Chamber of Commerce. And I got to say, the Chamber of Commerce was extremely active during this time period of the town, and is again becoming doing a lot of good things for the town. But they kind of started this. I think Father Van was involved with it. You can see, if you remember, they had a bunch of different committees on the first centennial. Well, they did the same kind of thing here, except this year they were going to do something else. They were going to throw a pageant, and which was different than what they had done in the past. And they had a men's organizing committee. That's actually, I think, in the library that was built. Here, now, since it's after the advent of electricity, they had to worry about lighting, housing, and this pageant was going to go on for 4 days. I call this the Get It Done bunch. These are the gals. They didn't, I guess, mix gals and guys on committees. So all the gals, and you can see all the different organizations that were represented on this: the Patrons Club, Library Club, American Legion Auxiliary, Parent Teachers Association. And they would meet. They were the ones that did a lot of the costuming for the pageant and working on that. Now, we always hear that the library or the museum was built for the bicentennial. Well, it was actually built in 1933 and was dedicated just right before November 4th, 1933, or was opened November 4th, 1933. It was a combination of both museum and library at the time. It's a very special building for me. My grandfather cut the stone for that building out of Rock Quarry out near Bloomsdale, so I always like to go through there, but you can see some of the old pictures of it.